Picture a coat. Not just any coat. A coat belonging to one of the most powerful men in the world. The fabric alone is a deep, almost surgical blue, the kind of blue that doesn't exist in nature and has to be coaxed out of crushed beetles and toxic dye vats where men work with stained, cracked hands and shortened lungs. The cut is immaculate. Every seam is so precise it looks like it was drawn by a compass. The collar sits perfectly because there are 11 different whalebone stays inside it holding it there, and the tailor who put those stays in place served a 12-year apprenticeship and still isn't considered a master. Now look at the buttons. There are 48 of them, each one roughly the size of a large coin, each one set with diamonds, not paste, not glass. Not the kind of rhinestones a prosperous merchant might pass off as the real thing on a Sunday. Actual diamonds, surrounded by rubies and seed pearls arranged in a pattern that took 3 months to design, 6 months to execute, and the craftsman who set the stones, a small man working by lamplight in a Paris side street, finished the commission and was found the next morning with his eyes so strained he could barely read the receipt. Those 48 buttons cost more than the coat. More than the coat and the tailor's premises combined. More than the house where the tailor lives, and the tailor lives well. More than the entire annual income of most of the people who will bow when they see the man wearing them. The coat belongs to Louis XIV of France. The year is somewhere in the 1680s. He owns dozens of coats like this. He once commissioned a coat that required, and this is documented, this is in the official records, 17,000 buttons. 17,000. Not all diamonds, some gold, some carved ivory, each one a different design. No two alike, because that's the kind of person Louis XIV was. Some were enamel, tiny paintings no bigger than your thumbnail, executed by artists who worked with brushes made from a single squirrel hair. The ones on his dress sword belt were each a different scene from classical mythology, painted in colours so fine that a magnifying glass revealed detail the naked eye couldn't see. And the people who made them were paid almost nothing. That's the part nobody tells you. The enamel painters going blind in their rooms above other people's kitchens. The women in the French countryside covering bone moulds with silk thread, 600 an hour when they were quick, paid fractions of fractions per piece. The children in the back streets of Birmingham and Lyon and London doing piecework by rushlight, fingers bleeding from the wire, getting paid half a farthing per button, less than half a farthing on the worst days, producing objects that would end up on the sleeves of men who would never once in their entire lives wonder who made them or what it cost that person to make them. Tonight we're going to the other end of the needle, not to Versailles, not to the grand reception rooms where buttons arrived wearing other people's coats, but to a workshop in London, to a workbench 12 feet from a street that smells of horse and smoke, and the particular sourness of a city that has too many people and not enough drainage, to the hands that made the things. London 1718, one apprentice, one master, one trade that is older than glass windows and younger than cities, and one extremely important commission that is about to change everything. So, I make these history stories, and I genuinely, honestly cannot tell whether you're listening to this to fall asleep or whether you've developed a specific and entirely personal interest in 18th century haberdashery economics. Either is valid, both are valid. Subscribe if you want, get comfortable. Here we go. Your eyes open to darkness. For a moment, half a second, maybe less, you don't know where you are. This is standard. This happens every morning. Your brain takes half a second to locate itself in the world, and in that half second there's a brief, almost pleasant blankness. Then the smell finds you. Brass. That's the first thing. It's not sharp exactly, not like blood or vinegar. It's metallic and close and persistent, the kind of smell that coats the back of your throat and sits there. Under it, something almost sweet. The beeswax you use to wax your thread, which you go through by the spool in this trade, and under that the thick, close smell of tallow, from the 8 candles that burned until the master extinguished them last night, one by one, at the precise moment the street outside went from black to the deep grey that passes for dawn in London in February. You're in the back room of the workshop. You're lying on a narrow cot that is technically a bed, and actually more of an expression of optimism about what human bodies can tolerate. The workshop is through the door to your left. Even now, before you've fully assembled yourself into a waking person, you can hear the street outside, the rumble of the night soil cart making its last pass, a woman's voice raised in argument, the clatter of something wooden on cobblestones, and under all of it the distant perpetual noise of a city that never goes fully quiet. Not even at 6 in the morning in February. You are Thomas Finch. You're 16 years old. You arrived in London 11 months ago from Birmingham with a letter of introduction from your uncle. 3 shirts, 1 pair of good shoes wrapped in cloth to keep the buckles from scratching, and exactly 1 skill worth anything. You knew how to make buttons, not the right kind. Not yet. In Birmingham, buttons are made the way everything there gets made. Fast, repetitive, and with an eye more on quantity than anything else. Your uncle's workshop turned out bone buttons mainly. Sometimes wood, occasionally shell when he could get it at a price that made sense. The process was efficient. Cut the mould, punch the holes, finish the edges, move on. You could produce 200 buttons in a day when you were quick, and you'd been quick since you were 8. Your uncle docked your wages for any button with an uneven edge, and an 8-year-old who doesn't want to go hungry learns fast what an even edge looks like. That's the trade in Birmingham. Fast, industrial, functional. Buttons as commodity. London is something different. London, specifically the workshop of Edward Grout on Cutter's Lane, off Cheapside, is something that doesn't have a simple name yet because the concepts needed to name it haven't quite been invented, but which might be described, in the broadest terms, as craft elevated to something very close to obsession. You know this because you've been here 11 months, and in those 11 months you have not produced a single button that Grout has allowed to leave the premises. Not one. Every piece you've made has been examined, found insufficient in some particular, and placed in the wooden box under the main workbench that Grout calls the instruction box. You call it the humiliation box, but only to yourself, only at night. Only when you're so tired that your internal voice loses its filter and says things it wouldn't dare say in daylight. The cold comes to you gradually. London cold is different from Birmingham cold. Birmingham cold is clean and sharp and honest about what it is. London cold is wet and grey, and seeps into you sideways, through the walls, through the floor, through the thin blanket that covers approximately 70% of your body on any given night. You sit up. Your feet find the floor, cold planking with a rug that's more aspiration than insulation. Your socks are where you left them, on the floor beside the cot, also cold. You put them on anyway. Then your breeches, your shirt, your waistcoat. The waistcoat has 8 buttons on it. Bone, plain, functional, and you find yourself, as you do every morning, looking at them with the critical eye you're developing for this work. They're fine buttons, your uncle made them. They're consistent and even and completely without any quality that makes them worth looking at for longer than it takes to fasten them. You'll make better ones. Eventually. That's what you tell yourself. You splash water on your face from the basin on the small table. The water is cold and slightly brownish. You drew it yesterday from the carrier who comes through on Tuesdays with his barrel, and the shock of it against your face is unpleasant in a useful way, the kind of unpleasant that gets you moving, your hands. You look at them every morning now, which you never did in Birmingham. The skin on your fingertips has changed in the past 11 months. The calluses from button making are different here. Finer and more specific, concentrated on the pad of your right index finger and the inside of your right thumb from the needle, and on your left middle finger from the way you hold the mould while working the wire around it. There's a small scar on that finger, white and raised, from the cutting tool that slipped in October. You pressed the finger to the workbench until it stopped bleeding and went back to the work. Grout didn't comment on the blood on the bench. He commented on the thread you'd left half finished. You learned something that day. You're still deciding what. You push through the door into the workshop. Edward Grout's workshop is 12 feet wide and roughly 20 feet deep. On paper, this is a modest space. In practice, because of what Grout has done to it over 30 years of occupation, it is one of the densest concentrations of material and information you've ever experienced in a room that wasn't a library. The front section is the shop, a counter of dark-stained wood, behind which samples hang on wooden pegs arranged in order of material and ascending cost. Bone on the far left, plain and cream-coloured and plentiful, then wood, sanded smooth and sometimes dyed, then horn, semi-transparent and warm-coloured, cut into discs and shapes that catch the light differently than bone or wood, then shell, the real shell, not the pressed imitation that some workshops pass off as pearl, which iridescent and cold and expensive, and then, at the far right, past the glass-fronted display case that contains things not for sale, to the casual passer-by, the first of the metal buttons, stamped and finished, which begin at prices that would make your uncle's eyes water and climb from there. The glass-fronted case is the real business. Inside it live the work that requires a conversation, the sort of piece you show to the sort of customer who comes in and gives a tailor's name that means something, and then waits while Grout assesses whether they deserve to see what's locked away. You've only been allowed to handle anything from the case twice, both times under supervision, both times with clean hands, not clean in the way you think of as clean, but clean in the way Grout means it, which involves a small piece of soft chamois and a process he'll explain to you once per task. No more. Behind the counter, the workshop. 2 benches, each with its own lamp, its own set of tools, its own particular arrangement that is deeply personal and not to be interfered with. Miles's bench is on the left. Yours is on the right. Between them, the fireplace, which is already beginning to show signs of life. Someone laid it this morning, Mrs. Grout presumably, because the coals are arranged in the particular way she arranges them, different from how Grout does it, and different from how you do it when you're asked to lay the morning fire. Miles is at his bench. Of course he is. Miles is 19 and has 7 months left on his apprenticeship, and has been at his bench before you for every single morning of the past 11 months. You've stopped being annoyed by this and started being curious about it. What is Miles trying to prove, and to whom? Grout doesn't award points for early arrival. He doesn't acknowledge it, doesn't reward it, doesn't even seem to notice. and yet Miles is always there first, head bent over his work, lamp pulled close, performing diligence for an audience that refuses to watch. "Morning," he says, without looking up. "Morning." Grout wants to see your thread-covered set from yesterday. Your stomach pulls. The thread-covered set was 14 buttons you spent yesterday afternoon producing. Silver wire wound over cloth-padded brass moulds in a pattern Grout drew for you, on a piece of paper he then took back and filed, because Grout does not leave design drawings lying around. You followed the pattern precisely, or believed you did, or mostly. "I'll bring them when I'm settled," you say. He said as soon as you're in. You sit at your bench. The tools are exactly where you left them. Needle in the needle case, thread bobbin with its remaining silk on the left, candle in its holder on the right, cutting pincers parallel to the bench edge. The button tray from yesterday sits in the centre. 14 buttons in a row, small as shirt buttons, gleaming dully in the grey morning light coming through the single north-facing window. You count them, still 14. You look at them without picking them up. 13 look right. The 14th, the fourth from the left, has an irregularity at the top where the wire crosses, a slight drift in the pattern that means the final wrap doesn't close parallel to the one below it. You noticed it last night. You were tired and the candle was burning low, and you told yourself it might look better in the morning. It looks exactly as bad as it did last night. You pick it up, turn it. The gap in the wire crossing is tiny, the width of a hair, maybe less. A person buying thread or ribbon at a market stall would never see it. A person who sews buttons onto garments for a living probably wouldn't see it. Grout will see it from 6 feet away. You set it down, you pick it back up. You put it in your pocket because the alternative is putting it back in the tray and waiting for the conversation. And something in you, something stubborn and Birmingham bred and not yet educated out of its worst instincts, would rather fix it first and confess afterward than confess a failure you haven't tried to repair. You'll fix it before lunch. That's the plan. You bring the tray, 13 buttons, to where Grout is standing by the north window, which is the best light in the building, the only light honest enough to show a piece of work without flattering it. He doesn't take the tray from you. He picks each button up individually, holds it close. His eyes are still remarkable for a man of 53, rotates it slowly through the light, sets it down. He goes through all 13, takes perhaps 4 minutes total, says nothing. Then, the pattern pulls left on 3 of them. You look. He's right. You can see it now. Your thread tension changed. You grip tighter when you're tired. The left pull starts around the 8th hour of work. He knows your hands better than you know them yourself. This is either impressive or unnerving or both. Fix them before midday. Yes, sir. This one, he picks up the 3rd button in the tray, the one you made in the last 20 minutes of yesterday afternoon, when somehow everything was right. This one is correct. Do you know why it's correct? The wire crosses are parallel throughout. The tension is even. The tension is even because you stopped fighting the wire and started listening to it. He sets it down right where he found it. You can't force this work. You already know that. You keep forgetting it when you're tired. He goes to his own bench. You go back to yours, find the 3 buttons with the leftward pull, and begin to undo them carefully, rolling the wire back off the mould without damaging either. The 14th button stays in your pocket. The fire is catching now, beginning to push actual warmth into the nearest foot of air around the fireplace. Your hands warm slowly. You work slowly. Outside on Cutter's Lane, A cart is trying to get past another cart, and the driver of the first cart is explaining his opinion of the second cart's driver in terms that carry clearly through the shuttered window, and would, you suspect, alarm Mrs. Grout considerably if she were not already accustomed to London streets in the early morning. The day begins. For the first 3 hours of every morning the workshop is quiet except for work sounds, the snip of cutting tools, the click of metal on metal, the soft scrape of the turning tool on bone when Grout is working on shaped pieces, the occasional quiet word when something needs to be checked or a supply fetched. Grout does not talk while he works. Miles has learned to not talk while he works. You spent your first month in this workshop talking too much, asking questions, offering observations, and the silence that met most of your attempts taught you, eventually, that the questions were welcome when Grout was between pieces and not at other times. You work on your 3 problem buttons, undoing and redoing, trying to feel for the point where your tension is drifting. Grout said you grip tighter when you're tired. He's right. But it isn't exactly grip. It's that when you're tired, you start controlling the thread instead of following it, exerting pressure rather than just keeping tension. And the difference between those two things is the difference between a good button and a wrong one. In Birmingham, you'd never have known there was a difference. Miles finishes something. You hear the small sound of satisfaction he always makes when a piece is done, a quiet exhale, and sets it in his tray. He's working on a set of large decorative buttons for some country gentleman's hunting coat, carved from the shin bone of a cow and polished to a finish that catches light without reflecting it. Warm and matte, and very particular in the way bone buttons are particular. Miles does bone work well. He has a quality with carving tools you don't have yet, a sureness that comes from having done the same movements 10,000 times until they're muscle rather than thought. You're better with wire work. You've known this for 2 months. Grout hasn't said it directly, but he's been giving you more wire commissions than bone work, which is as close to a compliment as the system allows. By 9 o'clock, the 3 problem buttons are redone. You line them up alongside the originals and look at them. Better. Not perfect. The tension is slightly different between the originals and the redone ones, a difference that means they don't quite match if you set all 14 out together, but better. You think about the 14th in your pocket. And then the shop door opens and a man walks in who changes what you're going to be thinking about for the next several weeks. He's tall, maybe 40, wearing a coat that even you, still learning to read cloth at the speed Grout reads it, can see as expensive. Dark green wool, very fine. Good buttons on it too. Silver, simple but well made. He has the bearing of a man who manages other important people's affairs, which is to say he stands exactly like someone who is important, but knows that his importance is borrowed and must therefore be performed with particular care. He looks at Miles, dismisses him with a glance. Miles is visibly midway through a process, hands full of bone and tools, and looks at you. I need to speak with Mr. Groat. I'll get him, you say, if you'll wait a moment. You knock on the door to the back portion of the workshop, Grout's private bench area, where he goes when he's working on something that requires total concentration and not even the ambient sound of other people working. Customer, you say through the door, a pause, the sound of something being set down. Then, who? You hadn't asked. A gentleman, sir, well dressed. He has the look of a steward. Another pause. Then the door opens and Grout comes through, wiping his hands on the cloth he always keeps tucked in his apron, and his expression doesn't change, but something in it sharpens. the way it does when he's assessing something and doesn't want you to see him doing it. The man introduces himself as Mr. Hartley, steward to Lord Ashton of the household on Grosvenor Square, and the commission he describes, in a voice carefully calibrated to convey importance without condescension, is this: 48 buttons, silver thread covered, the thread in a specific pattern, a repeated interlocking knot design incorporating the Ashton family crest, which he produces from a leather folder, drawn in clean ink. They're to go on a formal court coat. The occasion is a presentation at St. James's Palace in 8 weeks. The thread must be the particular weight and fineness that Grout can determine for himself. Hartley is clear that he trusts Grout's judgment on this, but must be consistent across all 48. The mould size he specifies precisely, along with the shank type and the finish of the shank. Then he says the price Lord Ashton is prepared to pay, and even Grout's face, which has shown nothing for the past 3 minutes of this conversation except the particular attentiveness of a man doing arithmetic in his head, shifts slightly. 8 weeks, Grout says. 7, if possible. 8. Grout does not negotiate the time. I'll need a deposit of... He names a figure. Hartley doesn't flinch. Produces a sealed purse from his coat and sets it on the counter. Grout picks it up, weighs it in his hand, not counting it, just feeling it, a habit you've noticed, and nods. I'll need the crest drawing. Hartley produces a second copy of the same drawing. He came prepared for this then, and leaves it on the counter. He gives Grout a final look that manages to contain within it something between respect and threat, and departs. The door closes. Grout stands at the counter for a moment, looking at the crest drawing. Then, Miles, set aside the hunting coat work. Miles looks up. Sir, you'll be on this. Thread-covered silver, crest design. Start with the mould calculations this afternoon. Miles nods, already putting his carving tool down. Grout picks up the drawing and looks at you. Thomas, sir, you'll be on this as well. Something moves through your chest that takes you a moment to identify. Not quite pride. You haven't done anything yet. Something more like the feeling of being trusted with weight you're not sure you can carry. Yes, sir. We'll make 64 to select the best 48 from. I'll do the first 4 as models. Miles will do the next 20. You'll do the remaining 40, and I'll judge which 20 of yours are good enough to be included in the selection. 20 out of 40. Your success rate needs to be 50% for this commission. Yes, sir. He takes the drawing to his private bench and closes the door. Miles looks at you across the workshop. Don't ruin this, he says. It's not unkind exactly, it's just honest. And if it's also slightly smug, well. Miles finishes his apprenticeship in 7 months. He can afford a certain amount of satisfaction. You go back to your bench, pick up the 14th button from the tray, and take the same one from your pocket. You put both of them on the bench in front of you, and look at the gap in the wire crossing. You undo it, you redo it, you hold it up to the light. The crossing is even now, parallel. The pattern closes correctly. You put it back in the tray. You don't say anything about the pocket. You don't know whether to feel relieved or ashamed, or whether both at once is possible. Both, it turns out, is possible. Here's what nobody tells you about buttons until you're deep inside the trade, until you've spent enough time at a workbench that the smell of metal and beeswax is something you carry with you everywhere, until the word button has stopped meaning a simple thing and started meaning everything it has ever meant across 5,000 years of human vanity and social anxiety. The button is not, and has never been, primarily functional. A hook and eye holds a garment closed just as effectively. A lace tie holds it closed more adjustably. Pins, brooches, clasps. The world has never lacked for ways to keep cloth against a body. The button's survival and its remarkable ascent from simple fastening to the most complex and expensive decorative object in human clothing has nothing to do with how well it holds a coat shut. It has to do with what it says about the person wearing it. The oldest buttons ever found are 5,000 years old. Indus Valley, in the part of the world that's now somewhere east of Persia. Carved from curved shell, ornamental, arranged in rows on garments that no longer exist but whose ghost we can see in the holes left in the soil. They were decorative. They weren't attached to buttonholes because the buttonhole hadn't been invented yet, not for another 4,000 years. They were there to be seen. The buttonhole arrives in Europe in the 13th century in Germany, and nobody is sure exactly who invented it. Some journeyman tailor whose name isn't in any record, some anonymous hand that one afternoon looked at a button and a piece of cloth and made a small loop in the fabric and found that the world was briefly different. What matters is what happened next. Suddenly you could fasten and unfasten a garment with a single hand, quickly, cleanly, and the button could be placed anywhere on the coat rather than just at the places where a clasp could be attached. And the noble classes of Europe immediately understood that here was a new way to spend money. Within 100 years of the buttonhole, buttons appear in account books in quantities and values that make your eyes water even now, even knowing what rich people are capable of. Edward III of England, the one who fought the 100 Years' War, the one who founded the Order of the Garter, had a single black velvet robe trimmed with 46 gold buttons set with rubies. 46. The robe itself is mentioned in a footnote. The buttons get their own line, the craft develops, the guild system grows up around it. In France, the Corporation de Boutonniers is established by royal charter in 1355, which means button making has had a formal professional organisation for longer than printing has existed. In England, the Needlemakers' Company, which also covers button makers, a turf arrangement that makes more sense when you understand that needles and buttons are made in adjacent workshops and often by the same hands, receives its charter from Elizabeth I in the 1580s. By Elizabeth's reign, buttons are out of control. English sumptuary laws, the laws that tell you what you're allowed to wear based on your social rank, which is a concept that takes a moment to sit with if you haven't encountered it before, specifically mention buttons. You could not, if you were below a certain rank, wear buttons made of silk, or of gold or silver thread, or decorated with precious stones or pearls. This was law. You could be fined for wearing the wrong button if you were below the income threshold that entitled you to wear it. The laws didn't work. They never do, quite. Rich merchants wore silk buttons and paid the occasional fine, and considered it part of the cost of looking like the people above them. The gentry wore gold thread and pretended they were above being fined. The nobility wore whatever they wanted, including the rubies, because who was going to stop them? But the laws tell you something. They tell you that somebody, multiple somebodies, in the Houses of Parliament in the court of Elizabeth I, was worried enough about button-wearing behaviour to write legislation about it. That the anxiety about who was wearing what on their coats was serious enough to require a legal response. The button, by the time it gets to Grout's workshop in 1718, has been important for long enough that it carries 5 centuries of accumulated meaning. When a nobleman buttons his court coat, he is not just keeping it closed, he is making an argument about who he is, who he's related to, what his house's aesthetic values are, whether he's following fashion or setting it, or consciously ignoring it. what he paid and what he was willing to pay, and therefore how he ranks himself in the invisible but brutally precise hierarchy that governs every social interaction between people who have money and spend their lives in rooms with other people who have money. Grout knows this. His 30 years in the trade have given him a comprehensive understanding of what buttons mean that goes well beyond the craft. He knows which families favour which styles. He knows which clients will want their buttons to announce them and which will want them to be expensive but quiet. The kind of quiet that only people who know what expensive looks like will recognise. He knows which tailors are going to push for one design approach and which will push for another, and how to navigate the gap between what the customer says they want and what they actually want. What he's teaching you, slowly, in the silence of the workshop, through the medium of rejected buttons and the occasional direct statement, is not just how to make buttons, it's how to think about buttons. The craft is a vehicle for the thinking, and the thinking is the actual expertise. You don't fully understand this yet, but you're beginning to. The 3 days after Hartley's visit are consumed by preparation. Grout works in his private area, doing something you're not invited to observe, emerging occasionally to consult the crest drawing and make notes on a small piece of paper he keeps tucked in his waistcoat pocket. Miles calculates mould sizes, using a system of proportional mathematics that Grout apparently taught him in his first year, and that makes your head ache when Miles walks you through it once, charitably, at the end of the second day. The button has to sit flat on the coat fabric without puckering, Miles explains, holding a caliper up to the light. So the mould diameter has to be precisely calculated against the stitch length the tailor's going to use. If you get it wrong by 1/4 of an inch, the whole coat looks wrong, and the shank length. He goes into the shank length and you follow about 2/3 of it and nod through the rest. How do you know the stitch length the tailor will use? Grout asked. He sent a note to Lord Ashton's tailor this morning asking for the coat specifications. The tailor sent back the measurements. Of course he did. Of course Grout has already thought of this and sent a note and received an answer while you were remaking faulty buttons and hoping he wouldn't notice the one you'd had in your pocket. You should read the reply, Miles says. It's on the counter. You read it. The tailor's note is brief and professional, one craftsman to another, the stitch spacing, the cloth weight, the interfacing type, and a note about the shank orientation that tells you something about how the coat is cut, and therefore how the buttons will hang. You read it 3 times. Then you draw the mould size from it the way Miles showed you and get a number that's slightly different from Miles's. You check your arithmetic twice. Your number is right. You wait for an appropriate moment, which is not now while Miles is in the middle of something, and when Grout emerges from his private area in the late afternoon, you show him both calculations. He compares them. Miles has the standard calculation, he says. Your calculation accounts for the interfacing weight. Yes, sir. The stitch pulls differently on heavier interfacing. The button needs to hang slightly further from the fabric face. He looks at you. It's not approval exactly. It's closer to the expression of a man who's been waiting for a student to notice something and is mildly surprised that this particular student has noticed it at this particular moment. Use your mould size, he says, and goes back to his private area. Miles doesn't say anything, but his jaw tightens fractionally, and you feel the shift of something between you. A balance that has just moved a small but measurable amount. You don't gloat. You don't say anything. You draw the mould diagrams with the correct dimensions and prepare them for cutting the next morning, and the feeling in your chest is complicated and warm and slightly frightening. The way things that matter tend to feel when you're young enough that everything still matters absolutely. The silver thread arrives on Thursday. It comes from a supplier in Cheapside whose name is Mr. Carey, and he sends it by his boy, a thin child of about 11 who arrives out of breath and sets the package on the counter and waits with the patient, resigned expression of someone who's done this errand 100 times and knows there will be nothing remarkable about this time. You unwrap the package. The thread is on a series of small wooden bobbins, wound flat and even, each bobbin identical. Silver, real silver, drawn out into wire so fine it barely has weight, only a quality of light. You hold one of the bobbins up to the window and watch the thread catch the pale February sun and turn it into something almost alive. "Don't breathe on it," Groot says from across the room. You lower the bobbin. The moisture from your breath tarnishes silver thread. Keep it in the cloth while it's not in use. You wrap it back in the cloth. And wash your hands with sand soap before you work with it. Every time. The oil from your skin. He stops. He doesn't finish the sentence because he's decided you can infer the rest, which you can. Oil from skin tarnishes silver. You will wash your hands a great many times in the next 8 weeks with a soap that smells of lanolin and grit and leaves your already rough skin rougher still and drier, and you'll do it without complaint because the alternative is ruining materials that cost more per bobbin than you earn in a week. When do I start the silver work, you ask? When you've done 5 at the correct tension in plain thread. He nods at the workbench. Start now. You start now. The plain thread is cheaper, good linen, a neutral beige, but the technique is the same, and the point of these 5 practice pieces is not to produce buttons, but to produce a consistent, demonstrable tension across 5 consecutive pieces that proves to Grout, and you are coming to understand to you, that your hands know what they're doing well enough to be trusted with the silver. You begin. You work slowly, methodically, checking the tension at every crossing, refusing to grip more tightly when the thread resists, learning instead to hold it just firmly enough and no more. The first one takes 20 minutes. You make mistakes, small ones, recoverable, and undo them and redo them. The second takes 17 minutes. The third takes 14. The fourth and fifth take 11 each. You line them up. The tension is even across all 5. You compare them against the model Grout made on the first day, the exemplar piece he does for every commission, the thing to be matched. And the resemblance is close enough that for the first time in 11 months, you allow yourself to think the word good. You take them to Grout. He examines them with the same unhurrying precision he brings to everything. Start the silver tomorrow, he says. You go back to your bench. You put your face in your hands for a moment and breathe. Miles is watching. You can feel it. You did it quickly, he says. His voice is neutral. When I did mine, it took 3 days to pass the plain thread stage. You look up. 3 days, he shrugs. I kept overcorrecting. A pause. Good, he says. And he means it, you think, or partly means it. Miles is complicated. You go home, which is to say you climb the stairs at the back of the building and eat supper in the kitchen with Miles and Mrs. Grout, and the supper is a mutton broth with bread that's a day old but still good enough, and you eat it faster than is polite because you're hungry, in a way that only becomes clear when food is in front of you, the way hunger does when you've been concentrating too hard all day to notice your own body. Let me tell you something about what the work actually feels like, in the specific sensory terms that no history book captures and that you can only know if you've done it. The silver thread is cold when you first unwind it from the bobbin. Not temperature cold exactly. The workshop is warmer than that by mid-morning. But there's a quality to fine silver wire that reads as cold to the fingertips. Something about the conductivity, about the way metal transfers temperature faster than cloth or bone. Your fingertips know the difference between silver thread and silk thread and linen thread within 2 seconds of contact, before any conscious assessment, in the way that well-trained hands know things before the thinking part of the mind catches up. You hold the thread between your right index finger and thumb to keep the tension, and your right middle finger guides the angle, and your left hand holds the mould. The mould is smooth on the face and slightly rough on the back where the shank is set. Bone usually this size, though the current commission uses a turned brass blank that's heavier in your left hand and has a different resonance when the thread crosses it. A small sound that's between a click and a nothing. The ghost of a note too quiet to name. The crossing pattern, the specific architecture of the wire over the mould is the hardest thing. Not because the individual crosses are difficult. Each one is simple. Bring the thread from one direction. Lay it across the previous thread at the specified angle. Guide it around the edge. Bring it back. Simple. But simple in the way that a single step is simple, while a staircase is complex. The staircase is the same action 40 or 60 or 100 times, and each repetition must be exactly consistent with the last, and the error accumulates if the consistency fails. This is why Grout says you can't force it. You can't press your way to consistency. Consistency comes from the same place that any repeated physical action comes from when it's done long enough and carefully enough. It drops below the thinking level into the body's own intelligence. Your hands know the angles, they know the tension. They've learned to feel the moment when the thread is right, and the moment, the fraction of a second before a mistake, when something is about to be wrong. That half second before a mistake is everything. If you feel it, and after 4 years, you mostly feel it, you stop. You hold the thread where it is, you let your hands tell you what's wrong, which takes a moment, and then you adjust. Microscopically. A degree, half a degree. Then you continue. The wire crossing that results is right. Not because you controlled it, because you listened to it. Grout has a phrase he uses rarely when he's watching you work. Your hands are talking. The first time he said it, you weren't sure if it was a compliment or an observation. Now you know it's both. It means the knowledge has moved from your head to your fingers. It means you're doing the thing rather than thinking about doing it. It means you've arrived at a level of competence where the thinking and the doing have merged into something single. Your hands are talking. The mould in your left hand has a weight that you know precisely now, can tell immediately if a blank is undersized or overprepared, if the cloth has been cut correctly, if the gathering thread is the right twist. The same way a musician knows when a string is tuned by the resonance, by something in the sound that's either right or not. You know the workshop sounds, the specific sound of Grout's needle through bone, sharper and more decisive than your own, still after 4 years, and the sound of Samuel's needle through the same material, which has a slightly searching quality, the sound of a hand that's learning, the sound of the small fire in the fireplace which changes through the day, the eager catching sound in the morning, the confident steady burn of midday, the slower, deeper sound of a fire that's been burning long enough to have settled into itself. The smell changes through the day too. Early morning, the cold tallow of last night's candles, the locked-in smell of overnight, the slight staleness that goes away in the first hour. By 8, the beeswax warming as you work with it, the metallic quality of the tools being used, the first faint trace of Grout's particular technique with the gilting mordant if he's using it. By noon, the accumulated smell of 4 hours of work, the specific human smell of concentration, not unpleasant, just present, the smell of people applying themselves to precise things. By evening, everything all at once, the day's work in the air, the warmth of the fire, the tallow of the new candles, and underneath everything the bass note that has been there since long before you arrived and will be there long after you leave. You've learned to work in this smell. It is in some sense the smell of what you're becoming. The tools under your hands. The needle, your needle, not Grout's, the one you were given at the end of your second year with your initials on the case, is worn to your hand now. The grip has been shaped by the particular way you hold it, imperceptibly, but definitely. If someone else used your needle for an hour, it would feel foreign to them. If you use someone else's needle, it would feel foreign to you. This is the tool becoming part of the body, which is the point at which craftwork becomes something more than skill and something less than art. In the space between those two things where most working lives are lived. The pincers. 2 types, one for cutting, one for forming. The cutting pincers have been sharpened so many times they're slightly shorter than when they arrived in the workshop, but the edge is still right, still meeting perfectly at the tip, closing without gap. You test them on a thread every time before use, not to check them exactly, but as a kind of greeting, a moment of contact before the work. The paste, in a small pot covered between uses, with a smell that combines chalk and something organic, and the particular quality of a substance that dries to a specific hardness and no other. You know by touch when the paste is the right consistency, too stiff, and it won't hold the cloth without disturbing its drape, too loose and it never sets properly. You can tell by the way it comes off the brush, by the sound even, that the brush makes when you apply it. A sound you couldn't describe accurately, but that you know. All of this is what Grout means by the work. Not the object that results, though the object matters, obviously the object is the whole point, but the continuous sensory, physical, intelligent engagement with material that the work requires and that the work teaches. Every day, every morning, every commission, every button. It's not romantic. It's not inspirational in the way things are inspirational when they're described from outside. From inside, it's just the work. Cold metal in the morning, the fire warming the room, the careful tension in the thread, the mould in the left hand, the needle in the right, the pattern emerging crossing by crossing, and somewhere in there, often, sometimes, the place where your thinking and your hands converge on the same thing, and the button gets made, and that's the part that doesn't get old. The following Monday, Grout sends you out. This isn't unusual. He sends you on errands regularly, to suppliers mostly, occasionally to deliver small commissions to clients who've sent in advance orders. But this time he gives you a package wrapped in black cloth and tied with cord and says, "Carey's on Cheapside. Ask for the man himself, not the boy. Tell him I need to know the gauge of the last shipment's wire before I start and whether the lot is consistent end to end." He'll know what you mean. He hands you the package, which is medium weight and lumpy in a way that suggests samples. Be back before the bells ring 1. It's 9:30. Cheapside is less than 10 minutes away on a clear morning. But you don't take the direct route. You haven't taken the direct route anywhere since your 3rd week in London, when you realise that the direct route is boring and London is not a city designed for people who want boring. Every extra minute you spend navigating the streets of this city is a minute spent in what is essentially an enormous, chaotic, incomprehensible education in everything. The trade, the city, the people, the machinery of how the whole thing works. You go by way of St. Paul's churchyard. The cathedral is to your left as you emerge from Cutter's Lane into the broader flow of pedestrian and wheeled traffic on Cheapside. From here you can see the base of the dome. The dome itself is hidden by the closer roof line, but even the base of it, the stone walls of the clerestory rising above the pitched roofs of the shops around it, is enormous in a way that your eye still hasn't fully adjusted to. St. Paul's is the largest building you've ever seen and probably will ever see in your life. The version before this one burned in the Great Fire of 1666, the fire that took 87 churches and 13,000 houses in 3 days and remade this city's map. And Christopher Wren spent 35 years building the replacement, which was finished in 1711, just 7 years ago. The men who laid the last stone are still alive. The men who quarried the Portland stone for the walls are still alive, some of them. You stand at the churchyard gate for a moment, looking up. Wren designed it so you can see the dome from everywhere in London. Or so people say. You've tested this theory over 11 months and found it approximately true. You can see the dome from the river, from the north side, from most of the elevated ground south of the city. What you can't see it from is directly underneath it, where the surrounding buildings close in. But that's a philosophical problem, not an architectural one. The churchyard itself is busy already, the way it's busy every morning. Booksellers laid out under the arcades, with their titles ranged along the ground. Printers' boys moving between the stalls with fresh sheets still damp from the press. A cluster of clergy in black moving toward the great west door, at a pace that suggests they're late for something, but must not appear to be late for something. Somewhere in the mess of buildings round the East End someone's hammering, rhythmically hard, metal on stone, and the sound travels in waves through the churchyard air, and mingles with the calls of the booksellers and the general continuous roar of Cheapside to your left. London noise is layered. That's the thing about it. You never hear a single sound. You hear everything at once. Wheels on stone and voices and hammering and church bells and the cry of vendors and the complaint of horses. All of it happening simultaneously, all of it at different pitches and rhythms, creating something that isn't quite music but isn't quite chaos either. More like, you've been trying to find the right word for this since your first week, more like a very large, very complicated argument that everyone is having at once. And somehow, through some miracle of collective improvisation, they're all managing to mostly avoid hitting each other. Mostly. The cart that comes off Cheapside and through the churchyard gate at a pace its driver has underestimated in relation to the available space nearly takes you off your feet. You jump left, stumble against a bookseller's table, and land with your elbow in a pile of devotional pamphlets that scatter across the damp ground in a fan of slightly damp paper. "Oi!" the bookseller shouts, at the cart driver, not at you, because even the bookseller can see that you weren't the one driving the cart. The cart driver doesn't look back. "Sorry," you say, gathering pamphlets. The bookseller waves it off. His name, as it turns out, is Mr. Bassett, and he's been selling books in St. Paul's churchyard since 1698, which he mentions with a combination of pride and weariness that suggests he's both aware that 20 years is a significant accomplishment and tired of it being the most interesting thing about him. He glances at the package under your arm. "Careys?" "How do you know?" He shrugs. Grout sends someone past here most Mondays. The black cloth. I've seen it enough. He hands you back the last pamphlet, which has a boot print on it now, but is otherwise unharmed. Watch yourself on Cheapside. New coffee house on the north side's attracted twice the foot traffic it should have. The street's been backed up since last week. He's right. When you emerge from the churchyard gate and turn left onto Cheapside proper, you find a crowd density that goes well beyond the usual mid-morning bustle. The coffee house in question announces itself by the smell. Coffee and tobacco and the particular warmth of a room with too many people in it. Its smell leaking out into the street through the door that someone is always just opening or just closing, and by the cluster of men around the doorway who didn't get a seat inside and have decided that the doorstep is good enough. And when I say crowded, I need you to understand what crowded means on Cheapside in 1718. This isn't modern crowded. This isn't the kind of crowded where you weave between people on a busy Saturday. This is the main commercial artery of the most commercially active city on earth, at a time when commercial activity operates without the benefit of telephone, telegraph, or any communication faster than a person's legs. Every transaction that happens in London, every negotiation, every exchange of goods for money, every deal in every commodity from silk to salt cod to slaves, all of it, ultimately, flows through streets like this one, and there are no sidewalks, not in any consistent way. There are raised footpaths along some of the fancier stretches, raised a few inches above the road surface, but on most of Cheapside you're sharing the same cobbled space with carts, horses, chairmen carrying sedan chairs, apprentices running errands, merchants walking between appointments, beggars working the crowd, women selling from baskets, a dog that has found something in the gutter and is defending it from another dog, and, yes, a pig. 2 pigs, actually, one larger and one smaller, rooting through a pile of discarded market waste at the edge of the street. You've been in London almost a year, and the pigs still get you every time. You navigate by the system you've developed over 11 months, right of centre on the footpath. Move with the flow rather than against it. Maintain a loose grip on everything you're carrying and tight grip on your own coins, which you keep in a small leather purse inside your waistcoat rather than in a coat pocket, because coat pockets in London crowds are essentially donations to the city's criminal economy. The package under your arm you hold firmly, not because it's valuable in a monetary sense. You don't know what's in it, but it's not heavy enough to be metal, and it's not soft enough to be cloth, but because it's grouts, which in some ways makes it more important than money. Carey's shop is on Cheapside's north side, past the church of St. Mary le Bow, the Bow Bells Church, which is the one whose bells supposedly define what it means to be a true Londoner, a Cockney born within earshot, and past a printer's and a mercer's, and a shop selling every variety of pin, needle and thread with a window display so dense it looks like someone upended an entire haberdashery into a glass case. You stop at the mercer's for 30 seconds, long enough to look at the buttons in the second tray in the window. Bone buttons mostly, plain and serviceable. A few sets of brass that look stamped rather than worked. One set that catches your eye, silver-coloured, but you can tell from the uniformity that they're pewter, and the colour is slightly too grey to be convincing, though from 3 feet away they'd pass. Reasonable quality for the price range, not Grout's quality, not close, but not bad work either. You move on. Carey's is identified by a sign showing 3 bobbins of thread in a triangular arrangement, a trade sign that means nothing to casual passers-by, but says everything to anyone in the textile or button trade. Inside, a smell of raw materials, thread in all stages of processing, Wire in spools, cloth by the yard, sizing compounds, and the specific dry smell of a room where fabric and metal have been stored together long enough that neither smells purely of itself anymore. The boy at the counter, the boy Grout told you to bypass, is perhaps 13, freckled, with ink stains on his fingers that have nothing to do with his job here and everything to do with what he does on his off hours. He looks at you with the professional assessment of someone who's been sorting customers by type for 2 years. "Mr. Carey," you say. "Not the delivery. I need to speak with Mr. Carey himself." "About?" "About the last silver wire lot. Gauge consistency." He eyes you, decides you're not going to be argued away from this. "Wait," he says, and disappears. You wait. A woman comes in, buys a paper of pins, leaves. Another woman comes in and spends 4 minutes examining thread samples before choosing nothing and leaving. The shop is small and warm and smells of commerce in its most tactile form. Mr. Carey appears. He's a man of perhaps 60, short and broad, with hands that have handled wire and thread for so long that his fingers have a particular gentle precision to their movements, touching things lightly, testing weight and texture unconsciously. He looks at Grout's package, looks at you. "Thomas Finch," you say. "Grout's workshop." "I know." He takes the package, opens it at the counter with the ease of a man who knows how Grout wraps things. Inside, 3 short lengths of silver wire on small cards, each one labelled in Grout's extremely small, extremely precise handwriting. Carey picks up the first card, holds the wire to the window light, examines it with a lens he produces from his waistcoat pocket. The conversation that follows is technical and specific. Carey talks about wire gauges and draw ratios and the particular mill in Sheffield where this lot was made, and whether the new draw bench operator, someone named Marsh who replaced the previous operator 8 months ago, has yet learned to maintain the consistency that his predecessor managed. You follow it. You follow most of it. There are moments where you lose the thread, where the technical vocabulary outpaces your 11 months' worth of the trade, but you note the words you don't know and fit them into the structure of what you do understand. Carey says he'll send a note to Grout directly about the gauge reading. The lot is consistent enough for the commission, he thinks, but there's a deviation of about 3% toward the end of the second bobbin that Grout should know about before he starts working. You thank him. He gives you a small package to carry back. 2 additional bobbins of thread Grout apparently pre-ordered and simply hadn't been notified were ready. And you turn back out into the noise of Cheapside. You're going back the way you came, the sensible route, the direct route, 20 minutes there and back. But you came past St. Paul's on the way, which took you slightly north of the most direct line, and on the way back you correct your course slightly south. This takes you through a lane you haven't been down before. Narrow, less traffic, the buildings leaning toward each other overhead, and it comes out near a tailor's shop whose sign you've heard Grout mention, Aldridge and Son, tailors since 1694, known for court dress and formal wear, which means known for the kind of customers who care about buttons enough to spend real money on them. The window has work in it, an unfinished coat on a dress form, with pins where the buttons haven't been sewn yet. The fabric is extraordinary even through the glass. A dark gold silk with a subtle texture that shifts when you angle your head. Now matte, now with a sheen that catches the late morning light. The unfinished buttonholes are visible. 7 of them on the front facing, 7 on the left facing, sewn with a buttonhole twist in silk that exactly matches the coat fabric's colour. Good buttonholes. The stitches are dense and even, the edge of each hole smooth. You look at them and think, what button would fit there? What material, what size, what finish? The gold of the fabric wants something that doesn't compete. Silver would fight with it. More gold would be redundant. Something darker, but with warmth. Enamel, maybe. Or horn, polished to a deep amber that would echo the golden silk without repeating it. You stand at the window for longer than you mean to, working this out. You from Grouts? A man has appeared at the door of the shop. Tall, thin, wearing a working apron of the kind tailors wear. Not fine, because fine things are what you work on, not what you work in. Yes, sir. Thought so. He has a particular apprentice he sends who stands at the window too long. He's not unkind. What would you put on that coat if you had your choice? Horn, you say, before you think about it. Dark amber, polished close, with a shank long enough to clear the buttonhole stitching without pulling. He looks at the window, looks back at you. Tell Grout that's what I told him. He'll know what it means. He goes back inside. You stand there for another moment. Then you walk back to Cutter's Lane. You're not late. Just. When you relay the tailor's message, Grout is quiet for a moment. Then, Aldridge said that? Yes, sir. He said you'd know what it meant. He means I owe him an apology for a set I made him 3 years ago. Horn, dark amber. A pause, very small. He was right then too. I was being stubborn about it. He doesn't explain further. He rarely does. But the admission is the most personal thing he's said to you since the conversation about the Royal Exchange, which hasn't happened yet but will. And you file it away in the category of things you're learning about Edward Grout that aren't part of any formal lesson. The category is growing. You begin the silver work the next morning. Grout demonstrates the preparation process first. The cloth covers the mould, stretched smooth, no wrinkles, fixed with a paste that holds it while you work. Then the shank is set in position. This requires a small jig that Grout has made himself over the course of what must have been an extremely frustrating afternoon about 20 years ago, judging by the number of knife marks on the bench nearby. The silver thread comes off the bobbin with a particular tension that's different from linen thread, heavier per unit length, though the wire is fine, which means it wants to spring away from the surface if you give it the chance. You don't give it the chance. You hold the first piece of silver thread against the mould and wrap it, crossing at the angles the crest design specifies, working slowly and evenly. The first crossing, right. The second, right. The third, you feel the thread tension shift, very slightly, and you stop. You hold it. Don't move. Wait for your hands to tell you what's happening. The thread has a tiny twist in it. You can feel it under your fingers, not see it. Feel it. The way you'd feel a hair in food before you saw it. You unwind back to before the twist. Find it on the bobbin, a point 3 inches back where the draw is microscopically different. You cut it there, rejoin the thread from a fresh start and continue. Grout is at his own bench. He hasn't looked up, but you know he heard the pause. The first button takes 35 minutes. This is too long. Miles can do them in 15 when he's in form, and Grout can do a finished piece in under 12. But it's done, and it's right. The crossings are parallel. The tension is even. The crest pattern, simplified at this scale into 2 interlocking arcs that suggest the Ashton crest without literally reproducing it, reads clearly. You hold it up. You take it to the window. The silver thread catches the light and something shifts in the button. It goes from a manufactured object to something that seems to have interior light. the way silver does when it's worked well. The crossings create a pattern of tiny shadows along the wire intersections, and those shadows give the surface depth, make it seem more than flat. You stand at the window looking at it for maybe 30 seconds. Then you put it in your tray, go back to your bench, and begin the second one. While you work, while the second and third and fourth buttons take shape under your hands over the following 2 days, Grout tells you things. Not in a formal way, not as lessons per se, but in the way he talks when he's at his bench working something through. And the talking is part of the thinking. He tells you about the French. This happens because you ask him, cautiously, during a quiet spell in the late afternoon when Miles has stepped out to make a delivery, why the French guild system works differently from the English one. You've been aware, vaguely, that the situation in France is different, but you don't know the details. Different, Grout says. He's working on something in fine wire, not silver, a more complex pattern than the Ashton Commission. That's a polite way to describe a catastrophe. And he tells you about the button wars. This is not a metaphor. The button wars are an actual documented conflict, documented in court records and guild minutes and parliamentary correspondence, and, at its most heated, in the accounts of property destruction and public assault. That lasted on and off for most of the second half of the 17th century in France, and that's a long time to be angry about buttons. Here's what happened. In France, by the 1660s, there were 2 guilds with overlapping interests in buttons. The passementiers, who made braided and woven decorative trimmings, and who had, over time, begun making buttons covered in silk thread and fabric, and the tailors, who argued that buttons attached to garments were part of the tailoring trade, and therefore their jurisdiction. Under Louis XIV, who, as you already know, was personally and profoundly invested in the question of what buttons looked like. Both guilds had the monarch's attention, and both guilds were trying to use that attention to destroy the other. In 1660, the tailors win. A royal edict is issued giving them exclusive rights to make cloth-covered buttons. The passementiers are prohibited from making them. The passementiers ignore this. Their income depends on cloth-covered buttons. They've been making them for decades. They keep making them. So the tailors hire informers, actual paid informers who patrol the market areas and report button-covered-in-cloth violations. The passementiers hire counter-informers to identify the informers and arrange for them to have accidents. The tailors petition the king again. Another edict, 1675, this one with teeth. Cloth-covered buttons are now explicitly forbidden except when made by tailors, and the penalty is confiscation and fine. The passementiers respond by rioting, an actual riot. Workers in Lyon, the centre of French silk production, a city that makes Birmingham look provincial, take to the streets over button legislation. The city is partially shut down. The silk merchants, whose economic interests align with the passementiers, throw their considerable weight behind the protest. Then the weavers get involved. The weavers are a third party who've been watching this fight over cloth-covered buttons with the quiet satisfaction of people who have a financial interest in the outcome. If cloth-covered buttons are legal, more woven cloth is used. If they're illegal, the passementiers, who often use simpler, cheaper cloth coverings, lose business that might theoretically go back to the weavers. The weavers want cloth-covered buttons to be legal, but they want them made from their cloth specifically, not from the passementiers' cheaper materials. And then, Groot says, still working his wire without looking up, Louis XIV has to deal with all of this because he's the king and everything eventually reaches the king, and he makes the only decision a man with 30,000 buttons in his wardrobe could make. He allows him to continue. The result, or one of the results, because this wasn't resolved cleanly, was a series of increasingly complicated edicts, trying to specify exactly which materials could be used to cover buttons, and who could make them, and how they could be sold. The button wars simmered for another 20 years after that, with periodic outbreaks of informer hiring and guild court litigation, and the occasional market stall being turned over in the dead of night. And England, you ask? Parliament passed the Hat and Button Act in 1712, Grout says. You haven't read it. I didn't know there was an act. There is. You should read it. It specifies which button materials are legal to import, which are to be made domestically, and what the penalties are for violation. Mostly it's about protecting the English button trade from French competition, which is about protecting English labour from cheaper French labour, which is, he pauses, considers, which is a version of the same fight the French guilds were having, except conducted through legislation rather than street violence. He sets down the piece he's been working on, picks it up again. The French approach has a certain honesty to it, he says. When you're angry about a thing, you throw rocks at the people responsible. The English approach is to write a bill and argue about the wording for 3 years. You're not sure if this is a criticism of the French, a criticism of the English, or simply an observation about human nature. Which approach works better, you ask? He looks at you for the first time in this conversation. We're still here, he says, making buttons. So I suppose neither approach eliminates the problem, which is that everyone wants what buttons represent and nobody wants to pay what that costs. He goes back to his work. The conversation is over, but you sit with it. The idea that buttons, these small, specific, handmade objects, have generated actual political conflict. That the question of who gets to make them, and from what, and who's allowed to sell them, has driven riots and royal edicts and parliamentary acts. That the difference between a button covered in cloth and a button made of bone isn't just a difference in material or cost, but a difference in which trade claims it, which guild is owed the fee, which workers keep their jobs, and underneath that, Louis XIV, who owned 17,000 of them, didn't make any of them, didn't know the name of a single person who did, wore them and replaced them, and ordered more, and never, not once in his entire reign, asked what it cost the woman in Lion to cover a bone mould in silk thread for a quarter penny. You look at your 4th button, sitting in the tray. The pattern is right. The crossings are parallel. The silver thread catches the light the way it should. It's good work. You know it's good work. And when it ends up on Lord Ashton's coat and Lord Ashton wears it to St. James's Palace, nobody will wonder about the 16-year-old in a workshop on Cutter's Lane who made it. That should bother you more than it does. But there's something else too, something underneath the anonymity that you'll spend the rest of your working life trying to articulate and never quite managing. The object is good. The work is right. Whether anyone knows who made it doesn't change what it is. You pick up the 5th bobbin of silver thread and begin the next one. 3 weeks into the Ashton Commission, on a Thursday morning when the frost has returned, and the workshop is cold despite the fire, and your fingers are not as nimble as they need to be, and you've already undone one crossing twice. The door opens at 10:15, and 2 men walk in who are not customers. You know they're not customers because customers look at the shop. These 2 men look at everything else. The door frame, the counter, the back of the workshop where Miles's bench is visible through the half-open partition, the shelf with the guild certificate framed on it, between two pegs of sample material. Guild inspectors, they always come in twos. That's the rule, so that one can witness what the other records. The Worshipful Company of Needlemakers sends them quarterly to every workshop under its charter, and the visit is unannounced, and the purpose is exactly what the name suggests. The taller one has a leather satchel and a face like someone who's been doing this long enough to have stopped finding it interesting. The shorter one has a notebook already open, and a look of focused professional attention that would be impressive in a person doing something else and is, in this context, simply unnerving. Grout comes out from his private area at the sound of them. "Mr. Whitfield," he says to the tall one, not unfriendly, not warm. "Mr. Grout." Whitfield opens his satchel. "Routine visit, may we proceed?" "Of course." Grout steps back, not deferential exactly, careful. What follows is one of the more thorough examinations of a space that you've witnessed outside of the time your uncle's workshop was inspected by the fire warden after his neighbour had a house fire, and the inspector wanted to be sure the neighbourhood didn't have a similar problem waiting to happen. Whitfield and his colleague go through the shop systematically. The samples on the pegs, examine for quality, material verification, accurate representation of trade grade. The glass case, opened, each piece removed and assessed. The tools on the benches, inventoried against the list Grout is required to maintain, and that Whitfield pulls from his satchel with the ease of a man who's consulted it before. Then they come to the workbenches. Miles's bench first. He's there, visibly calm in the way of someone who is not calm at all but knows how to perform calm. His current piece, 12 of the Ashton Commission buttons, the ones he's been producing with characteristic precision, is in the tray, 9 finished, 3 in progress. Whitfield picks up one of the finished 9. He turns it in his fingers, long enough that Miles's neck, though he doesn't move it, somehow communicates tension. "Pattern deviation," Whitfield says, not to Miles, to his colleague. The colleague notes something. "On the upper right crossing," Whitfield continues, "the wrap is 1 degree out of parallel." Miles's neck tension increases by something you can measure only in retrospect, after you've spent years around craftsmen being assessed by other craftsmen, because the measurement is in the quality of the silence. The commission requires exact reproducibility across 48 pieces, Whitfield says, a 1 degree deviation that compounds across the set. "It doesn't compound," Miles says. His voice is steady. "Each piece is worked from the same mould and the same tension guide. The deviation you're seeing is in that one piece. The others are within standard." Whitfield looks at him. "Show me your tension guide." Miles shows him a small wooden device barely 6 inches long, with calibrated notches cut at the intervals Grout has calculated for this commission's thread weight. Whitfield tests it against the button, then against 3 others. "Acceptable," he says. Miles relaxes so slowly you almost don't see it. Then they come to your bench. Your tray has 7 finished buttons. The one you're currently working on is in your hands at the point where you've done the first 4 crossings and are about to begin the crest pattern. You set it down carefully, not in the tray, on the bench cloth beside it, which is the appropriate place for an unfinished piece. Whitfield picks up the first button in your tray. You watch his face. You've gotten good at watching faces during inspections and assessments in this trade. You have to, because the face is where the judgment comes first before it becomes words. Whitfield's face is professional and almost entirely opaque. The colleague is writing something, which means something has caught his attention, which means... "How long have you been at this workshop?" Whitfield asks. 11 months, sir." "Grade?" "3rd year of a 5-year apprenticeship." He picks up the second button. The third. He sets them in a line on the bench and steps back to look at them together, which is the way you look at sets, not individually, but as a group, because individual quality tells you about one piece, and grouped quality tells you about consistency. He looks at them for a long time. Who designed the tension guide for this commission? Mr. Grout designed the frame, you say. The mould size is my calculation, adjusted for the coat's interfacing weight. A pause. Whitfield looks at Grout, who is standing at the edge of the workshop, arms folded, face giving nothing away. Your calculation? Yes, sir. There's a 3% deviation in the second bobbin of silver thread. Mr. Carey's note to Mr. Grout about it came Monday last, and I've compensated for it by adjusting my right-hand grip on pieces that draw from that portion of the bobbin. The pieces in the tray are marked on the shank, a single scratch if they're from the compensated section. Whitfield turns one of the buttons over, finds the scratch mark. He puts it down. He picks up the unfinished piece from beside the tray, the one that's 4 crossings in. You left this on the bench cloth, not in the tray. An unfinished piece in the tray could contaminate the standard for the finished ones. It shouldn't sit in the same space until it's complete. He sets it down. He turns to Grout. The apprentice's work is commission standard, he says. The tone is the same as when he said Miles's button was acceptable. Flat. Informational. Containing no praise. But in the vocabulary of guild inspection, commission standard from an inspector means something specific. The work meets the quality standard required for a commissioned order from a named client, which is a higher bar than general trade quality. The colleague writes something. Then they go through the supplies, the silver thread, the bone and metal moulds, the paste, the tools. Whitfield asks about the source of the silver, Carey's, which he notes, and the Sheffield mill, which he also notes. He asks about Grout's guild dues, which are current. He asks about the apprentice's indenture papers, which Grout produces from a folder in the locked drawer under the main counter. Both papers, yours included. You've never actually seen your own indenture. You signed it, or rather your uncle signed it on your behalf since you were 15, but you've never read it in full. Now for 30 seconds while Whitfield examines it, you can see the first paragraph. Your name, your uncle's name. The date, March 14th, 1717. The term, 5 years. The terms of the apprenticeship, board, lodging, instruction in the trade of button making and related needle trades. Your obligations, diligence, sobriety, honesty, not to frequent alehouses, taverns or places of gaming, not to contract matrimony, not to absent yourself from the master's service without leave. It's strange to see your life reduced to a paragraph, to see the whole of the next 4 years. The next 4 years? All of it, every morning of waking up in that back room and every evening of working until Grout puts out the candles, contained in a document that's been in a folder in a locked drawer since before you arrived. You exist in this workshop as a legal instrument as much as a person. The instrument has a term. You are, in some technical sense, borrowed from your uncle for 5 years, with specific conditions on both sides. You'd known this, in the abstract. Seeing it in print is different. Whitfield finishes with the papers. He and his colleague confer in low voices for a moment, standing near the door, then Whitfield turns back to Grout. The workshop is in order, he says. The commission work is of appropriate standard. We'll note the bobbin 2 compensation adjustment for our records. It's sound practice and should be documented. He closes his satchel, gives the shop one final look. The comprehensive sweep of a man whose professional habit is to notice everything and forget nothing. "Good morning, Mr. Grout." "Good morning, Mr. Whitfield." They leave. The door closes. Miles sits down. He'd been standing since they got to his bench. Grout comes to the centre of the workshop and stands there for a moment. "Thomas," he says. "Sir." "The bobbin to adjustment. When did you work that out?" "When the third piece from that bobbin came out with a tension variation, I couldn't explain by my own grip. I went back to Carey's note and compared the stated deviation to the piece variance, and it matched within the margin." He nods once. "Go back to work." Miles is already at his bench, setting things back in their proper positions with the efficient, slightly suppressed energy of a man who's just survived something and needs to channel the residual adrenaline somewhere. You go back to yours, pick up the unfinished button, find your place in the pattern, 4 crossings in, 5th crossing to begin, and carry on. Your hands are, you notice, perfectly steady. You're not sure when that happened. It's Grout who sends you to the other side of the trade. This happens on a Saturday afternoon in the 3rd week of March, when the Ashton Commission is far enough along that you can be spared for 2 hours without the timeline collapsing. Grout gives you an address, a street south of the river near the Bermondsey Tanneries, and a message to carry to a woman named Mrs. Hollis, who is, he tells you, a pieceworker who takes bone button moulds from a supplier in Tooley Street and covers them with cloth, producing buttons in the lower price range that feed the trade's less expensive end. She's been short on moulds for 3 weeks, he says, handing you a box. She should have had these on Wednesday. The supplier's boy lost them. Shall I take the South Bridge? It's quicker than the ferry at this hour, yes. He says this without particular comment. But as you're putting on your coat, he adds, look at what she's doing when you arrive. Watch how she works before you say anything. You cross London Bridge in the mid-afternoon with a box of 12 gross of bone button moulds under one arm, which is to say you cross London Bridge carrying 1,728 small bone discs in a partitioned box, which is heavier than it sounds, and which you shift from arm to arm twice before you're halfway across. London Bridge is, as it has been for every previous visit you've made across it, an experience that needs a moment to comprehend. From a distance it looks like a street, which is because it has buildings on both sides, 4 and 5 stories high, leaning toward each other over the roadway until in places they nearly close the gap above your head. You can walk across the bridge in near darkness on a bright afternoon. The buildings are shops and dwellings, and at the southern end a water gate that's been there in some form since the original bridge was built in 1209. The original bridge stood for 6 centuries. The one you're walking across now is that same bridge, repaired and rebuilt in sections over the centuries, the stone piers replaced, the buildings changed, but the basic structure, those 19 arches spanning the Thames, has been here since the reign of King John. Your great-great-great-great-grandfather could have walked across this bridge, his grandfather before him too. That's an odd thing to think while you're carrying 1,700 button moulds and trying not to get knocked into traffic by a cart going faster than the bridge's width really allows. Below the bridge, through the gaps between buildings, you can see the river. The current under the arches is violent. The stone piers act like a dam, forcing all that water through narrow gaps, and at certain tides the drop on the downstream side can be 4 feet. The current through the arches fast enough to flip a boat. The watermen have a name for it: shooting the bridge. Some of them do it for show, or for the extra penny they charge customers brave or foolish enough to want the experience. Most of them go around. The traffic on the bridge is thick. pedestrians, carts, a sedan chair being carried by two red-faced men who are clearly regretting their career choices, a woman with a basket of fish who is navigating the crowd with a combination of determination and sharp elbows that you respect enormously. You stay to the left, move with the flow, keep your box held against your body. The south side of the river is different. It's always been different. This is where London puts the things it needs but doesn't want to look at directly. The tanneries, the fulling mills, the glue factories, the render yards, industries that smell, that produce noise, that require space and water access and a certain tolerance for being positioned downwind of. The smell hits you before you're fully off the bridge. Not a single smell. You've learned not to expect single smells in London, but a composition. Tallow from the render yards nearest the river, and underneath it the particular acid organic smell of the tanneries that has no equivalent anywhere else, and underneath that something else that takes you a moment to identify. Soap. The soapworks are somewhere nearby, producing the lye soap that the laundresses use, and it adds a chemical brightness to the air that's almost welcome as a counterpoint to the tallow. The street grout's address points you to is narrow and not particularly clean, even by local standards. The buildings are lower here than in Cheapside. 2 stories mostly, with attic rooms that from the outside look barely tall enough to stand in. Washing hung between windows. Children in the street, some playing, some doing small tasks with the focused, instinctive efficiency of children who've been given work young and have already made peace with that fact. You find the right door by the number which is scratched into the doorpost in paint that survived several seasons. You knock. Mrs. Hollis opens it herself. She's perhaps 45, with a face that suggests she's been 45 for quite a while and doesn't intend to get older. Her hands, you notice because you always notice hands now, have a particular callous distribution you haven't seen before. Concentrated on the index finger and thumb of both hands and along the outer palm, not the inner calluses of needlework, but something broader, from holding cloth taut. She sees the box. About time, she says, not hostile, just factual. You go in. The front room of the house is the workroom. You know this because it's the room where work is happening. At a large table, 3 children, perhaps 8, 10 and 12, sit covering button moulds with cloth. Each one has a setup you recognise. The mould, the circle of cut cloth slightly larger than the mould, a needle and thread. The process is cloth circle over mould face, thread gathered around the back, stitched to hold it. Fast, repetitive, exactly the kind of work a child's hands can do once they've been shown, and a child's hands can do it faster than you might expect because children's hands are small and quick and still flexible in ways that adult hands stop being after years of harder work. You remember Grout's instruction, look before you say anything, you look. The oldest child, the 12-year-old girl, is doing approximately 3 buttons per minute. You watch her, pick up the cut circle, centre it on the mould face down, pull the gathering thread, a quick stitch at the back, set it down. Next. Pick up, centre, pull, stitch, set down. Her movements are exact and absolutely minimal. No wasted motion, no adjustment, no checking the work, because she doesn't need to check. Her hands know exactly what they're supposed to do, and do it without consulting her eyes. The 10-year-old boy is doing about 2 per minute. He checks more often. The 8-year-old is doing 1 per minute carefully, with occasional pauses to examine the result. The buttons themselves are plain-covered cloth, bone mould, single thread closing at the back. exactly what you'd find in every dry goods shop in London for the lowest price tier. Not Grout's work, not Miles's work, but serviceable, consistent, and produced in quantities that no workshop like Grout's could match. Mrs. Hollis is watching you watch them. 12 gross per week, she says. That's 1,728 buttons. 3 farthings per gross. Mr. Grout knows the rate. 3 farthings per gross. You do the arithmetic. 12 gross a week, 3 farthings per gross, is 36 farthings, which is 9 pence, per week, for an entire family. A single silver-covered button on the Ashton commission will earn more than this family makes in a week. A single one, you're making 40 of them. Grout is charging. You don't know exactly what Grout is charging, he keeps his books private. But from the weight of Hartley's deposit purse, you'd guess the commission total is somewhere in the range of 3 years of Mrs. Hollis's weekly rate. Mrs. Hollis takes the box of moulds. Doesn't open it to count them yet, she'll count them later, against Grout's note, and if the count is wrong there will be a letter, but tests the weight, which tells her roughly whether the number is right. Short again, she says. Sorry? She opens the box, counts the sections. There should be 14 gross in a full order, 12 here. She looks at you, not with anger, with the tired precision of someone who's been miscounted in small ways for long enough that it's just one of the daily parameters. You look in the box. She's right. The supplier's boy lost the whole delivery, not just part of it, and whoever repacked it packed 12 gross, not 14. I'll tell Mr. Grout, you say. You should have the other 2 gross by Tuesday. She nods, already moving toward the workbench. You want to say something. The arithmetic is sitting in your head. 9 pence a week, 3 farthings per gross, and it wants a response from you, some kind of statement or question, or at least an acknowledgement that you've done the arithmetic and know what it means. But what would you say? Mrs. Hollis knows what she makes. The children at the table know what they're doing and why. This is the arrangement. It's been the arrangement for longer than you've been alive. You leave the box. You say good morning, even though it's afternoon. She doesn't correct you. Outside, the tannery smell comes back, stronger now that you've been briefly out of it and then returned. You stand in the street for a moment. The 8-year-old at the table was moving at 1 button per minute. That's 60 per hour. If she works 10 hours, which seems likely given what 10-hour days look like in this part of London, that's 600 buttons. 600 buttons per day per 8-year-old, for a fraction of a farthing per button. You don't know what you're going to do with this arithmetic. You're 16. You're an apprentice. You have no power over any of this, and the honest answer is that you're going to go back to Cutter's Lane and wash your hands with sand soap and spend the rest of the afternoon doing crossings in silver thread for a commission that will earn more in a week than that family will earn in a year. You know this. You start walking toward the bridge. The thing that stays with you, that you think about during the walk back and during the remaining hours of that afternoon at your bench and at supper and in the first part of the night before sleep finally takes you, is not the arithmetic. The arithmetic is upsetting, but it has the quality of something you knew in outline before you saw it. What you didn't expect was the 12-year-old girl's hands, the speed, the lack of waste, the way her hands had memorized a gesture until the gesture was no longer a gesture, but simply a function. The way breathing is a function. She'll do that for the rest of her life. Those hands, small now, still quick, will spend the next 40 or 50 years on variations of that same movement, cloth to mould to thread to set down, until the movement is so deep in her muscles that she couldn't stop doing it correctly any more than she could stop her heart. And nobody will ever look at a button she makes and wonder about the hands that made it. You think about your own hands, the calluses developing in the particular places that silver thread work requires, the specific knowledge accumulating in your fingers about tension and grip, and the point at which you're fighting the wire versus listening to it. You're going to be a craftsman, if you're lucky, if you work hard, if Grout doesn't dismiss you for the 14th button in your pocket, which he didn't and doesn't know about, and which you have still not confessed to, and if the next 4 years produce in you the knowledge that these first 11 months have started to suggest might be possible, and the girl in Mrs. Hollis's front room is going to cover button moulds until her eyes go. You walk back across London Bridge. The current under the arches roars as you pass over it, audible through the planking, and you hold your coat closed against the wind that comes up the river, cold and salt-smelling and honest about its nature in a way the city mostly isn't. The crisis arrives in the 5th week. You're 3/4 through your 40 buttons, 29 done, 11 to go, and it's a Tuesday morning, overcast, the kind of grey spring sky that can't decide between rain and simply being threatening about it. Miles has finished his 20 and they're in the completed tray, individually wrapped in tissue, consistent and excellent because that's what Miles produces. When Miles is trying, and Miles has been very much trying on this commission, Grout has done his 4 model buttons, which are what you aim every piece against when you need to check yourself. You pick up model button 3 to cross-reference your 27th piece. It's become part of your process to do this comparison every 4th or 5th piece, making sure you haven't drifted, and the shank comes off in your hand. Not all the way off. The wire holding the shank to the mould back hasn't broken. It's pulled. Partly out, not fully, leaving the shank at a slight angle, which sounds minor until you understand that a shank at a slight angle means the button will sit crooked on the coat, which means the line of buttons across Lord Ashton's front opening will not be straight, which means the model button is compromised, and without the model button, you have no reference standard for the remaining 11 pieces. You sit with this for a moment. The shank is in your fingers. The button mould, its silver thread perfect, sits on your bench. The connection between them has given way because you examine it. The knot securing the shank wire was tied, you think, during what Grout later told you was a difficult period in the workshop, a time before your arrival, before Miles, when Grout was working alone through a commission that took 18 hours a day for 3 weeks, and the kind of attention to the smallest details can sometimes slip. You didn't damage it. This is not your fault. But the model button is in your hand and you are the one who discovered it. You can set it back in the tray and say nothing, hoping no one notices the slight tilt until the commission is done and the question of model standard accuracy becomes moot. Or you can tell Grout. You go to his private area, knock. Sir, what is it? The Model 3 button the shank has pulled. A pause. The kind of pause that has specific weight. He comes out, takes the button from you, examines it. He doesn't say anything for a moment. He turns the button over, checks the back, examines the point where the shank wire pulls away from the mould. How far does it tilt? He asks. Perhaps 2 degrees, maybe less. Show me your 27 against the other models. You line up your 27 finished buttons beside models 1, 2, and 4. Grout examines them against each model, closely by the window, with the lens he keeps in his waistcoat pocket. 12 of your 27 align clearly with the remaining models. 15 of them, the ones you compared primarily against Model 3, are borderline. The variation is small, the crossing patterns are right, but the orientation of the crest pattern relative to the button face, which you calibrated against Model 3's slightly tilted shank, is off by perhaps 1 degree. 1 degree multiplied across 15 buttons is not catastrophic. It might not even be visible, but it's wrong. And wrong is not what this commission is, and Grout knows it, and you know it, and the silence in the workshop, Miles has gone very still at his bench, is the silence of people who know something is wrong and are waiting to find out how wrong. "How many do you have left?" Grout says. 11. "Redo these 15. He sets the borderline buttons in a separate tray. "Use Model 2 as your primary reference going forward. I'll make a new Model 4 today to replace 3. He takes Model 3 to his private area." Miles says nothing. You look at the 15 buttons in the separate tray. 5 hours of work, roughly, given your current pace. And then you look at the 11 remaining pieces you still need to produce from scratch, and you calculate. This is the first time in this workshop that you've needed to redo work that wasn't your own error. This is the first time you've needed to redo work that was, in fact, correct. Correct against the wrong standard. The unfairness of it is there. You let it be there for exactly the time it takes to set the first borderline button in the return tray and begin unwinding the wire from the mould. Then you let it go, because it doesn't matter. The work matters. The commission matters. Lord Ashton's coat and Lord Ashton's night at St. James's Palace and the 48 buttons that will be on that coat. Those matter. Your feelings about the fairness of having to redo 15 pieces through no fault of your own are irrelevant to any of that. You begin. The undoing is faster than the doing, a matter of rolling the wire back off the mould in reverse order, keeping it intact enough to reuse for the pieces where the wire is still good. Not all 15 have wire worth reusing. 4 of them you'll need fresh from the bobbin. The others you handle carefully. You work through the afternoon. Grout comes out from his private area at 2 with the new model button that he tests against Model 1 and Model 2 for consistency, then places in the tray with a gesture that's as close to conclusive as Grout gets with gestures. "The new Model 4, he says. You compare your next piece against it. The alignment is perfect. By the time the candles are lit at 6 o'clock, the sky outside has finally made its decision and is raining steadily. The sound of it on the shutters, a kind of steady grey commentary. You've redone 9 of the 15 and done 2 of the 11 remaining originals. Miles has left his bench, done for the day. You stay. Not because you have to. Grout hasn't said you have to. But there are 4 buttons left to redo, and 3 to make fresh, and the thought of leaving them until tomorrow has a quality you don't like, something that would sit in the night with you and make the morning feel already behind. You stay. Grout appears at 9, when you've done 6 of the remaining 7. He looks at the tray, looks at the one last unfinished piece in your hands. "Finish it," he says, "then go to bed." "Yes, sir." The commission is intact. He says this without looking at you. He's looking at the tray, at the buttons, at the work. The deviation in the original 15 was less than I initially calculated, but it needed correcting. "Yes, sir." "You should have finished the 4 that needed fresh wire faster. Your undoing process on the others was sound." This is, in the language of Grout's assessments, an extremely dense piece of feedback. 1 criticism, the rewire speed, and 1 piece of genuine, unqualified approval, the undoing process. You file both. The Hollis delivery was 2 gross short, you say, since he doesn't know yet. The supplier's boy lost the whole original delivery, not just part. He makes a small sound. I'll send a letter. She needs the extra 2 gross by Tuesday. She'll have them Monday. He looks at you briefly. You told her Tuesday. I didn't know if... Monday. If we tell people a date, it's the date we mean. Yes, sir. He leaves. You finish the last button. The crossing is parallel. The crest pattern closes correctly. The tension is even throughout. You put it in the tray. You sit for a moment and look at the nearly complete set. 57 buttons in tissue wrapping, 7 in the open tray, all of them right. The candle is burning low. Outside, the rain has settled into a steady, committed fall that's going to keep this city damp until morning. Through the wall, you can hear the faint noise of the tavern at the corner of Cutter's Lane. A wave of sound, voices, and something that might be a fiddle. The particular warm, wet sound of a crowded room on a rainy night. You blow out the candle. Find your way to the back room in the dark, which you've done enough times now that the root is in your body rather than your head. You lie down on the cot. The rain sounds different from down here. Softer, more distant. The smell of the workshop, brass and beeswax and tallow, is in your clothes and in your hair and in the back of your throat. And for a moment you can't imagine a time when it wasn't. You're tired in the specific way that fine work produces. Not the brutal exhaustion of physical labour, but a deeper, narrower fatigue, the kind that comes from sustained concentration held hour after hour, the kind that makes your eyes feel like they've been working harder than the rest of you, which they have been. You close them. The Ashton Commission completes on a Friday in the 5th week of April, 3 days ahead of Hartley's 8-week deadline, and the experience of seeing it completed is something you weren't prepared for. Grout lays the 48 selected buttons out on a piece of black velvet on the counter. All 48, arranged in 4 rows of 12. He works from left to right, placing each one with small silver tongs to avoid finger contact, aligning them precisely so their shanks all point the same direction. Then he steps back. The buttons are identical, not nearly identical, not very close to identical. Identical in the way that things are identical when the standard has been set and kept with absolute consistency. The same crossing pattern, the same weight of silver thread catching the light in the same way, the crest suggestion readable on each one at exactly the same scale. If you covered 47 of them and showed one to someone who hadn't seen the others, they would say, "That's a good button." If you showed them all 48 side by side, they would say something else. Something that doesn't quite have a word yet in 1718, but that later generations might call quality. You're aware that 8 of the 48 are yours. Grout selected 8 from your 20 you offered for selection. You'd thought he might take 6, maybe 7. Your early pieces had been stronger than your middle ones, where you were learning the bobbin-to compensation. But 8, and they're spread through the set. One of them is in the centre position of the second row, where the eye goes first. Miles has 21 in the set. Grout has 19. None of you say anything about this arithmetic. Grout wraps them. This is a process. Each button individually in tissue, laid in a bed of folded velvet in a fitted case. Grout made himself over 2 evenings while you and Miles were finishing the last pieces. A case of polished walnut with a hinged lid and a small brass clasp. He packs them 3 minutes, button by button, tissue by tissue. Then he locks the case and puts it on the shelf behind the counter and writes a note to Hartley. Hartley arrives the following Monday with a carriage, because of course he does. Hartley is not the kind of man who picks up valuable commissions on foot. and he examines the case contents at the counter with the same comprehensive professional gaze that Whitfield brought to the guild inspection. When he finishes, he closes the case. "Lord Ashton will be satisfied," he says, which is, "You've come to understand about the language of stewards to tradespeople, about as effusive as it gets. He pays, he leaves, the carriage departs. Grout puts the payment in the lockbox under the counter without counting it in front of you. Later, Mrs. Grout serves supper, and the supper is better than usual. A roast chicken rather than the standard broth, which means something without needing to be stated. Miles eats with the contained satisfaction of a man who is now 6 months from finishing his apprenticeship and has just contributed to a commission of genuine consequence. You eat with something less defined, not pride, not quite, because you know how much you didn't know when this started and how much you still don't know now, but with the particular feeling of having been tested at a level that required more than you had when you arrived at it and having not collapsed. 2 weeks later, Grout tells you to accompany him on a delivery. This is unusual. Grout normally sends Miles on deliveries, or you, not himself. When Grout goes out with a delivery, it means something specific about the destination. You go by sedan chair, which is another first. The sedan chair means Grout considers this professional enough to require arriving without the evidence of street travel on your clothes. The chair is narrow and smells of old upholstery, and the accumulated traces of everyone who's ever sat in it. And the 2 chairmen carry you at a pace that's faster than walking, and considerably more alarming, particularly when they navigate a corner without slowing, and the chair tilts at an angle that makes the concept of gravity feel more provisional than it usually does. You put one hand on the strap and keep the small package in the other and say nothing. The destination is a house in Hanover Square. The square itself, you've passed it before but never stopped to look, is relatively new. The development there started around 1713. Grand townhouses for the sort of people who want to be in London but not quite in the city, who want proximity to court and commerce, without direct contact with the noise and smell of commerce's operational reality. The houses are large and uniform and very, very clean, in the way that things are very clean when they have entire staffs of servants dedicated to maintaining that cleanliness. Grout is met at the door not by Hartley but by a different functionary, a woman middle-aged with the organised authority of a head housekeeper, who takes the package with a nod and produces a receipt and says, "Lord Ashton will see Mr. Grout in the drawing-room if he has a moment." Grout has a moment. He gestures. You come too. The drawing-room is, you try to take it in quickly, because you have the feeling you won't be here long and you want to remember it, large. Larger than the whole of Grout's workshop and shop combined. The ceiling is high and worked in plaster. The fireplace is white marble with the surround carved in low relief, and the curtains are a dark red silk that must have cost. Your mind tries to do the math and gives up somewhere north of everything you earn in a year. The coat is laid out on a chair by the window. It's not Lord Ashton wearing it. It's just the coat, the dark blue court coat displayed flat over the back and seat of the chair, with the 48 buttons sewn in place. You see them from across the room, 12 feet away, 15 feet away. You see them before you see anything else in the room, because the silver thread catches the light from the tall window and turns it into something that isn't quite light and isn't quite metallic, but is somewhere between the two. A kind of controlled shimmer that runs along the front opening of the coat and speaks, quietly, precisely, in a language you're only beginning to learn, about the man who will wear it and what he thinks of himself and what he wants the world to think of him. You cross the room, stand closer. Yours are in position 7 and 8 on the right front, position 4 on the left, position 12 on the left, and 4 others in the cuff work. You can recognize them by slight variations in the crest pattern that no one else in the room could identify, but which you see immediately and with a specificity that feels almost physical, like recognizing someone's face in a crowd. A man comes in. This is Lord Ashton himself, perhaps 50, heavy set, with the look of someone who spends considerable time outdoors when he's not in London. He gives Grout the greeting of a man who respects a craftsman and knows the right register for that respect. Courteous, brief, not overly warm. He looks at the coat. "They're exactly right," he says. Grout says something appropriate. The conversation lasts perhaps 4 minutes. Lord Ashton talks about the presentation at court the following week, about the coat's tailor, about 1 or 2 details of the evening. Grout listens, responds, is exactly what he needs to be. You stand slightly behind Grout looking at the buttons, at the coat. Nobody addresses you. Nobody looks at you. You are functionally invisible in this room. A young tradesman accompanying his master, worth no more acknowledgement than the furniture. But your buttons are there. 8 of them on that coat, waiting to go to St. James's Palace. Lord Ashton himself, standing 3 feet from you, doesn't know you made any of them. You find that you don't need him to. On the ride back, another sedan chair, the chairman choosing a route that takes you briefly through the northern edge of the park. Bare-branched trees beginning their first green along the sides. Grout says nothing for a while. You don't either. Then, you saw which ones were yours. Yes, sir. A pause. Position 12 on the left, he says. You used a different crossing on the 5th wrap from the bottom. Do you know why? You think about it. The bobbin 2 wire, you say. At that particular section, the deviation meant the standard crossing produced a gap. I adjusted the 5th wrap angle to close it. And how did you know the adjustment would hold without throwing off the 6th wrap? I calculated the geometry. The angle change on 5 closes the gap without changing the 6th wrap angle, because the 6th wrap sits outside the deviation zone. Another pause. Longer. You calculated that while working the piece. Yes, sir, it took a moment. I held the thread. Miles would have started over. You don't respond to this. It doesn't require a response, and it's not an invitation for one. You won't be starting over on small things for much longer, Grout says. It's not a compliment exactly. It's more like an assessment stated plainly, a measurement of where you are. The chair turns a corner and sways. You hold the strap. The city opens up around you. Noise and smell and the movement of several 100,000 people doing the various things that London at mid-morning requires of them. You think about Lord Ashton's coat, spread flat on the chair in the drawing room in Hanover Square, about the button in position 12, the 5th wrap, the geometric adjustment, the gap that isn't there. You think about position 12 going to St. James's Palace. You think about the girl in Mrs. Hollis's front room, covering 12 gross of bone moulds every week, and how there is no position 12 that will ever have her name attached to it in any way. These thoughts sit in you simultaneously, without resolving. They don't need to resolve. They're both true, and the fact that they're both true and don't cancel each other out is, you're just beginning to understand this. Part of what it means to live in this city in this time. London doesn't resolve contradictions. It contains them. That's not nothing. Sunday comes with the specific release of a day that requires nothing from you professionally. The shop is closed. Grout and Mrs. Grout are at church. St. Mary le Bow, where Grout has his pew, where he has sat every Sunday for probably 30 years, on the same bench, in the same position, putting the same weekly amount in the collection. You're supposed to go to church as well. It's in the indenture. And you have gone, most Sundays, to a smaller church 2 streets over that has the virtue of being brief and not requiring you to interact with anyone above your station. But on this particular Sunday in late April, the air is warmer than it's been for months and carrying a quality that's not quite spring, but is beginning to negotiate with it. And Miles, who's less than 6 months from journeyman status, and therefore increasingly operating on his own schedule to the extent the indenture allows, has suggested that you both go to the monument to the Great Fire. You've seen it from across the city. You've never been at the base of it. It's 10 minutes' walk to Fish Street Hill, which is where the monument stands. And by stands, you mean towers, because the thing is 202 feet tall, which is the exact distance from its base to the point in Pudding Lane where the fire started in 1666. Christopher Wren designed this too. Wren and his collaborator Robert Hooke, who wanted the inside to be a scientific instrument, a giant telescope pointed at the sky, which didn't work because the vibration of the traffic made precision observation impossible. So now it's mostly a monument to the fact that London burned. The base of it is square stone, perhaps 20 feet on each side, with carved relief panels showing the king offering succour to the city in its disaster, which is flattering to Charles II and historically somewhat incomplete in its account of how the royal family actually responded to 60,000 people losing their homes. But the carving is beautiful, and the Latin inscription is extensive, and at the base there's a door. The door is open on Sundays. 311 steps, Miles says, with the particular tone of someone who's been here before and finds it slightly satisfying to know the number. You begin. 311 steps is not, when you start, as alarming a number as it becomes about 200 steps in, when your thighs are presenting their opinion of the whole enterprise and the staircase, a tight spiral of stone with a black iron handrail that's been touched by so many thousands of hands it's worn smooth and warm, seems to be suggesting, in its architectural way, that there is no floor above this one and the stairs continue forever. Miles is ahead of you and says nothing, which either means he's saving his breath or being strategically silent to prove his fitness relative to yours. You don't give him the satisfaction of pausing. At the top, there's a viewing platform enclosed by an iron cage, installed after several people decided that the top of a 200-foot column was an appropriate place to conclude their disagreements with life, which is the kind of historical detail that London offers casually and in abundance. The cage is tall enough to stand inside and wide enough to look out from without pressing against the bars. You look out. London. From here, 200 feet up, above the rooftops, above the steeples except for a few of the tallest, the city is something you can see rather than something you're inside. The distinction matters more than you'd have predicted. The river curves below you, silver brown, wide, the light catching the ripples in a pattern that looks almost ordered from this height. The ships in the Pool of London, 20, 30 of them, anchored in a cluster just east of the bridge, their masts rising in a forest above the waterline, look from here like a model someone has made too perfect and too dense to be real. To the west, St. Paul's Dome, clearly visible, closer than it looks from street level because here you're at eye level with its drum rather than craning up from below. From here you can see what you couldn't see before, how the dome sits relative to the towers flanking it, how the whole composition is balanced against the river, how it's positioned to dominate the western skyline the way the tower dominates the east. To the east, the Tower of London itself, the grey stone fortress on the river bend, smaller from this height than from the street, but somehow more complete, its outline clear, its 4 towers as its walls, and the particular quality of its shadow on the water all visible at once. And everywhere, in every direction, the city, streets you know, Cheapside running west to east, thick with traffic even on a Sunday. Cutter's Lane too small to see individually, but there, somewhere in the tangle of rooftops south of Cheapside. Fish Street Hill directly below. Streets you don't know, running off in directions you haven't yet explored, disappearing into the haze of coal smoke that gives London its particular quality of light. Not clear, never clear, but luminous in a specific way, like looking through amber, the light filtered and warm even on a grey day. There's more than 500,000 people down there, Miles says, beside you, also looking. He says it the way you say something when you need to say something, and what you mean is larger than any sentence. More than that, you say. Some estimates say close to 600,000. 600,000 people. Miles is quiet for a moment, and most of them have never been up here. This is probably true. Most of the people in the streets below have never been to the top of the monument, would never pay the admission fee, or spend the energy on 311 steps. Not because the view isn't worth it, but because their days don't leave room for views. The view is a Sunday morning luxury, and Sunday mornings belong to church and rest and the basic maintenance of a self that has spent the rest of the week being thoroughly used. You look out. Try to fix it in something more durable than a memory, though memory will have to do since you can't draw and you can't afford a print. Somewhere out there, Mrs. Hollis's house south of the river, the 3 children at the covered button table, Aldridge the tailor, probably closed for Sunday, the gold coat with its polished buttonholes waiting in the back for whoever gets the commission, the coffee house where the insurance men and shipping merchants gather, closed today, the papers from yesterday still on the tables, the gin shop Miles took you past last month, probably not closed. Gin shops are harder to close than most things, with its cellar door and its stairs leading down. And somewhere in Hanover Square, in a wardrobe in a tall, clean house, a dark blue court coat with 48 silver thread buttons, waiting for a presentation at St. James's. Why do you want to come up here? You ask Miles. He's quiet for a moment. Before I started my apprenticeship, he says, my uncle brought me here. First visit to London. 15 years old, never been further than 20 miles from home in my life. A pause. He said, remember this. Whatever happens down there. Remember there's a view from up here. Miles is not given to speeches of this kind. You file it. Did you? Remember it? Every bad day. Yeah. He turns from the view. Time to go down. My legs are already dreading the stairs. You take one more look. The river, the dome, the masts in the pool, the 600,000 people in the streets below, each one the centre of their own completely real and completely serious life. Each one navigating the particular chaos of this city with whatever resources they have. You think about the button in position 12 on Lord Ashton's coat, about the geometric calculation you made while holding the thread, adjusting the 5th wrap angle to close the gap created by a slight deviation in a wire drawn in Sheffield by a man named Marsh, who replaced the previous operator 8 months ago. All of that. All of that invisible chain of cause and effect, the mill, the drawbench, the bobbin, your calculation, your hands, ending in a button on a coat that will go to a palace. You turn from the railing, 311 steps down, which is easier than 311 steps up, and at the bottom the city rushes back, noise, smell, the substance and weight of it. A church bell rings from somewhere to the north. Sunday bells in London overlap and layer, each church asserting its presence through the combined noise, the sound building into something that's not quite music, but has music's quality of demanding something from the person who hears it. Miles is already walking north. You follow him back through the Sunday streets, through the reduced but never entirely absent noise of Cheapside in the mid-morning, back toward Cutter's Lane and the workshop where tomorrow the next commission will begin. The conversation with Grout that changes something between you happens in May, on a slow afternoon when the workshop has been quiet for 3 hours, and the May light through the window is the kind of light that makes you aware there are other ways to spend an afternoon, and Miles has gone to deliver a small order to a client on Threadneedle Street. You're working on a set of plain bone buttons, unfancy, domestic, the kind that go on work coats and aprons and shirts that nobody fashionable will ever wear. And the work is so familiar now that it happens in a lower part of your mind while the upper part is free to think. Grout at his private bench is apparently doing the same, because he says, without any particular preamble, "Where did you learn to calculate mould geometry?" You look up. My uncle had a system. Ratios. He worked it out for himself over about 20 years, and I watched him use it enough that I understood the principle. Your uncle was a good button maker. This is the first time Grout has mentioned your uncle, who he knows from the indenture papers and from the letter of introduction, but has never discussed. He was practical, you say. He didn't make what you make, but he made what he made very efficiently. Efficiency is underrated in this trade, Grout says. People think fine work and efficient work are opposites. They're not. Fine work done inefficiently runs a workshop into the ground. A pause. He wasn't happy that you came here, Grout says. Your uncle? This is a statement, not a question, and it takes you slightly off guard. No, you say. He thought the London trade was... You try to find the right word. He thought it was unnecessarily complicated. He said buttons are buttons. Grout makes a sound that's not quite a laugh. Buttons are buttons. Yes, sir, he's wrong. Yes, sir, I know that now. But he was also right. Grout sets down whatever he's been working on. You can't see it from here. Buttons are buttons. The thing a button does, holds a garment closed, fastens a cuff. A cheap bone button does that as well as 48 pieces of silver thread-worked commission work. Better, actually, more reliably, more durable. He comes to stand at the partition between the private area and the main workshop. He doesn't come through. Why do people pay more, he asks, not as a test question, as something he's actually thinking about. Status, you say, because wearing expensive buttons tells people you can afford expensive buttons. That's part of it. What else, you think? Beauty, you say. Some people buy them because they're beautiful. The way people buy a painting they can afford to buy a print of. Yes, what else? You think harder. Because you try to articulate something that's been forming in you since the afternoon at Hanover Square, since the monument, since the visit to Mrs. Hollis's house. Because the person who made them cared about them, and something of that care is in the object. And people, some people, can feel that. He's quiet for a moment. Yes, he says, that's the last thing, the one that takes the longest to understand. He comes through the partition into the main workshop and sits at the edge of his bench. I've been making buttons for 31 years. My first shop was in Spitalfields. You know the area. Yes, sir, the Huguenot weavers. Right. When I started, the Huguenot weavers were just getting established there. Silk. Beautiful silk, better than anything English mills made. Damasks, brocades. They'd brought their looms and their patterns from Lyon and Rouen, and they set up in Spitalfields because the rents were low, and they had each other for community. And within 20 years, the silk from those streets was going to the finest tailors in London. He looks at his hands. I watch them work. On weekends, when I was young enough and poor enough that the workshop was closed because I couldn't afford to heat it on Saturday and Sunday both, I'd walk through Spitalfields and listen to the looms. You listen. The Huguenots came here with nothing. Most of them had left France with what they could carry. They'd been weavers for generations, the kind of skill that lives in families, passed from hand to hand across centuries. And Louis XIV's revocation of the Edict of Nantes meant they either converted or left. Most of them left. He means the Edict of Nantes, the decree from 1598 that had given French Protestants, Huguenots, the right to practice their faith. Louis XIV revoked it in 1685. Hundreds of thousands of people fled France. England got the weavers. They brought the patterns with them, Grout says, in their heads, written down on cloth, on paper, in the arrangements of thread that only they could read. And they came here and built their trade from nothing, in a place where nobody knew who they were and the streets were strange and the language... He stops. The language was foreign. Their English was slow for years, but the silk wasn't foreign. The silk spoke for them. He picks up one of the bone buttons you've been making and turns it in his fingers. When I was young, I thought fine work meant expensive work. Materials, clients, price. Then I thought it meant skilled work, technique, precision. Both those things are true, but they're not enough. He sets the button down. Fine work means the maker cared enough to put more into it than they were required to put in. Not to please the customer wouldn't know most of the time, but because not doing it was impossible. You think about the bobbin 2 calculation, the geometric adjustment on the 5th wrap. The two things you did that Miles would have solved differently. Miles who would have started over, which is also a valid solution, just a different one. The position 12 button, you say. I could have started over, yes, but I solved it in place. Yes. Why? He looks at you, really looks, in the direct way he rarely does. Because starting over was easier, he says, and you don't take the easy solution when you can see a better one. He goes back to his private area. You sit with that. The bone buttons in your tray are plain and functional and priced for the lower end of the trade. You look at them with new attention. They're not exciting. They will never go to a court presentation. They will fasten coats that hang in kitchens and workshops and street stalls. They will be put through buttonholes 1,000 times by hands that are cold or greasy or hurried. But they're even. The edges are smooth. The holes are punched clean. The finish is consistent across the set. You made them right because not making them right was impossible. Grout, you think, would say, that's enough. You finish the set. In the 4th year, Grout sends you to Clerkenwell. You're ready, he says, which is the closest to an announcement as he makes. Clerkenwell, to the north of the city proper, is a district that doesn't quite fit any single category. It's not Cheapside. not commercial in that way, not the trading heart. It's not the fashionable squares, not where the aristocracy puts itself, not clean and ordered in that manner. It's something older than both of those things, something that developed in the gaps and margins of the expanding city and collected into itself certain kinds of work that needed space and didn't need to be visible. Watchmakers, clockmakers, engravers of the fine variety, scientific instrument makers, producing the quadrants and astrolabes and measuring devices that the age is increasingly obsessed with and that require the same precision relationship to small metal that your own trade does. Printers, goldsmiths of the smaller, more specialised variety. And enamelers. The woman Grout sends you to is named Catherine Voss. You know the name from the enamel pieces you've been handling for 3 years. You've been handling the results of her work without knowing anything about her, beyond the fact that Grout respects her work without qualification, which is the highest available honour in his vocabulary. She's perhaps 65, small, with the forward inclination of someone who has spent decades bent over very close work, and hands that are, you look at them first, as you always look at hands now, extraordinary in a specific way. The fingertips have a particular dried, stretched quality from the constant contact with mineral paints and firing temperatures, the skin slightly thicker and lighter than the surrounding hand. But the movement when she picks something up is the same as Grout's movement, as your own movement with fine work. Absolute, precise, no wasted motion, the hands knowing what they're doing at a level below thought. Her studio, she calls it her studio, not her workshop, which you note, is one room on the upper floor of a building shared with a clockmaker below. The smell is different from Grout's. Mineral, slightly chemical, the particular smell of the glazes and pigments she uses, and underneath that the smell of the small furnace that sits in the corner, cold now, waiting. She shows you the process. The enamel is not paint. This is the first thing to understand. It's glass, ground glass specifically, mixed with metallic oxides that produce colours when fired. The copper for green, the cobalt for blue, the gold for red and yellow. You apply it in layers, each layer fired separately, each firing building colour and depth, the whole process requiring a sequence of decisions about temperature and timing and layer order that takes, she says it plainly without false modesty, a lifetime to learn. She shows you a piece in progress, a small disc, the size you know from Grout's commissions, with 3 layers already fired and 2 more planned. The colours at this stage are slightly dull. The final firing will clarify everything, saturate the colours, set the surface to the hard, luminous finish that the finished buttons have. Right now it looks like a preliminary sketch. In 4 more firings it will look like a jewel. The problem, she says, is that you can't see what the colour will do until it's done. You have to know, from experience, what underfired cobalt looks like versus the right-fired cobalt. They look similar until you've seen them 10,000 times, and then they look completely different. How many times do you have to see it before you know? For cobalt, she considers, about 3 years. For the deep reds, the gold-based reds, longer. Some people never get the reds. Do you have the reds? She picks up a finished button from the tray beside the furnace, holds it so the light from the window falls across it. The red is something your vocabulary doesn't have a word for yet. Not a fire red, not a fruit red. Something deeper and more interior, like the red of something that has light inside it rather than on it. I have the reds, she says. You look at it for a long moment. She puts it back. What Grout sends you here for is not to learn enamel, she says. He knows better than to think you'd learn enamel in one visit. What he sends you here for is to know that the work you're framing has this inside it. She gestures at the studio, at the furnace, at the tray of glazes. So that when you're making the wireframe, you're thinking about what you're surrounding. You think about the framing you did for the 12 women's coat buttons, the wreath of silver wire around the flower enamel centre. The wreath work, you say. The petals in the silver wire. I worked from a diagram I drew. I know, Grout showed me. She pauses. The 5th and 6th petals in the first 3 buttons were slightly smaller than the others, imperceptible in the finished piece. I wouldn't have seen it except that he asked me to look. Because the bobbin tension changed at that section. Probably. It doesn't matter why. It matters that you know it happened. She looks at you. You're better at the structural work than Grout was at your stage. He told me so. You don't know what to say to this. He doesn't give away that kind of assessment easily, she says. No, you say. He doesn't. Take it as it's meant. He believes you'll make something remarkable if you stay with the trade long enough. She turns back to her furnace, making some small adjustment. Now, the B button he made for the guild presentation. You lean forward slightly. The B enamel is mine, she says. But the setting, the proportion of the enamel disc to the wire surround, the specific depth of the dome on the bone base, that's Grout. He worked out those proportions over about 6 months of failed attempts. You didn't see those. They were before your time. He told me the 5th and 6th attempts failed. Those were the enamel attempts. The dome geometry failures were before that. She half smiles. The B button is what happens when 2 people who've spent 30 years learning their part of the same problem work together. The enamel is mine. The setting is his. Neither of us could have made what it is without the other. You sit with this for a moment. The B button. The thing Grout showed you that day in the private area. The thing that was better than its individual elements. When I have my own workshop, you say, I'll want to work with someone like you. She gives you a look that's both assessing and warm. Come back when you do, she says. I'll still be here. You walk back to Cutter's Lane through Clerkenwell's particular streets. The clockmaker's rhythmic sound from the building you just left follows you for half a block. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of precision applied to time rather than metal or thread, but the same underlying discipline. The city around you is doing what it does, being noisy and particular and alive with an extraordinary density of different kinds of effort. The watchmaker's tick, the press of a printer somewhere, a deep, rhythmic compression, the sound of horses' hooves on stone, the cry of a street vendor with a basket, the bell of a church marking 2 o'clock. All of it happening simultaneously. All of it, underneath the noise made up of individual acts of competence and skill and attention. The watchmaker's gear, the printer's letter, the horse's shoe, hammered by a farrier who knows exactly the angle of the animal's hoof, the loaf of bread in the baker's basket, the yeast alive in it, the temperature of the morning oven judged by the hand rather than any instrument. A city is made of this. Not its monuments, not its histories, the daily competence of the people in it, the hands that know their work. You walk home. After the Ashton Commission, something shifts in the workshop that nobody names but everyone feels. It's not dramatic. It's not sudden. It's the kind of shift that happens the way stone weathers, too slowly to see it moving, but unmistakable in retrospect, in the difference between before and after. Grout starts sending you out on more deliveries that require judgment. Not the straightforward courier work, package to address, confirmation of receipt, but the kind that requires you to understand what you're delivering and to whom, and to field questions and make small assessments on the spot. In June, he sends you to a mercer's on the Strand with a set of samples and a verbal message about pricing. And the mercer, a man of 40 who inspects everything with great thoroughness, asks 3 detailed questions about the specific material sourcing for the wire that you answer correctly, because you've been paying attention to every conversation in that workshop for 14 months, and the information is in you. The mercer buys the samples, sends back a note saying he'll have a standing order. Grout reads the note without comment and files it. But the next morning, when you arrive at your bench, there's a new needle case on it. Smaller than your current one, fitted. The case itself of leather with your initials, TF, pressed into the cover. It's the kind of needle case a journeyman would have. You're not a journeyman. You're 2.5 years into a 5-year apprenticeship. You pick it up, set it down. Grout is at his private bench. You don't say anything. Some things don't need saying. Summer comes. London in summer is a particular experience that your Birmingham childhood did not adequately prepare you for. The city in summer is warm in the way of a space that has too many living things in it, and not enough drainage. Everything is warm, and the warmth is not clean. The Thames at low tide produces a smell that the polite residents of the area near the Strand address through the practice of burning aromatic herbs in their houses, and never, under any circumstances, opening their windows between July and September. The streets south of the river are worse. The tanneries don't pause for the heat, and neither does anything else. The workshop becomes uncomfortable by 9 in the morning. The fire, which is a blessing in February, is lit only for the cooking in summer, and even then Mrs. Grout keeps it as small as she can manage. You and Miles work in shirt sleeves, which Grout allows between April and October. The precision work, the fine stuff, is done in the earliest hours when the temperature is lowest and the light through the north window is honest. By noon, everything is slippery with a fine layer of the city's summer output. You wash your hands more often. The silver thread becomes difficult. Not impossible, but difficult, because human hands in summer produce more oil than hands in winter, and oil on silver thread is visible in ways that require prevention rather than correction. You start wearing thin cotton gloves, cut away at the fingertips to leave you the tactile feedback you need, which is a technique Grout mentions that his own master used, and that he tried once and found uncomfortable, and that you find, after 3 days of adjustment, genuinely helpful. Miles finds this endlessly amusing. "You look like you're at a tea party," he says more than once. "The work looks better," you say more than once, and show him the comparison, and he looks at it and says nothing, which is Miles's version of conceding a point. In September, Miles finishes his apprenticeship. This happens on a Thursday, with a formality that Grout maintains throughout. The official end date from the indenture, the final examination of Miles's complete work, a set of presentation buttons he's been constructing for 6 months, as a kind of culminating statement of what he can do, the paperwork signed and witnessed, the release from obligation. Miles's presentation set is extraordinary. 12 buttons in carved bone, gilded with a filigree overlay in silver thread that he's designed himself, a pattern based loosely on a piece of French enamel work he'd seen in a print. They're the best work you've seen from his hands, better than anything he's produced in the workshop's regular commercial flow, and you tell him so. He looks at them, I couldn't have done the thread overlay 2 years ago, he says. That part, he pauses, that part needed time. Time. He's been here for 3 years. You're a year and a half in. Good luck, you say. I'll need it. He looks around the workshop one more time in the way of someone doing a final inventory. Grout's going to take the next 3 months figuring out which parts of what I did he wants you to learn and which he'll wait to teach you. He has a method. I know he has a method, Miles grins. It's the most unguarded expression you've seen on him since the morning he told you 3 days was how long his plain thread stage took. 3 years, he says. You'll be better than me if you stop overthinking the wire crossings. I don't overthink them. You pause. Every time before a new section, you pause and calculate. That's not overthinking. It's a tell. If Grout's watching, he sees it. When I stopped pausing was when I stopped making the compensatory errors that came from thinking too much. He shoulders his bag. Thanks, you say. He nods and leaves. The workshop is quiet in a new way after that. Not empty. You're there, Grout is there, and within 2 weeks there's a new figure at Miles's bench. A boy named Samuel, 13 years old from somewhere outside Bristol, with a face so young it's almost alarming in a workshop context, and hands that haven't yet developed the specific calluses that button work produces but that show, in the way they move, in the instinctive care with which he handles materials, something that was there before any training. Good hands are born in this trade, not made. The training makes them better, but the foundation has to be there. Samuel's hands are good, Grout says to you privately 2 weeks after the boy's arrival. Yes, sir. He'll need 3 months before he can be given anything above practice work. You'll show him the basics while I watch. This is a significant change. You've moved without ceremony from being the newest person in the workshop to being responsible for the introduction of the newest person to the workshop. You're not a journeyman, not a master, but you're also not the greenest hand anymore. You show Samuel how to hold the mould, how to cut the covering cloth on the bias so it stretches more evenly, how to pull the gathering thread and when to stop pulling. You show him 3 times and then watch him do it himself and correct him once. The thread tension too tight, which is always the first error, and don't say anything else. He tries again. The tension is better. You'll do this 1,000 times, you tell him, and then you'll do it without having to think about it. How long will that take, he asks. He has the slight West Country broadening in his vowels that makes him sound even younger than his face does. 5 months, you say. Maybe 4, if you have the focus. He nods. Goes back to the practice piece. You watch him for a moment. The concentration on his face, the way he's holding his breath slightly, which is what people do when they're learning to hold their hands still. You remember doing exactly that. You go back to your own bench. The current commission is a set of 17 buttons in horn, dark amber, polished close, with a long shank for a coat you've now learned is the one from Aldridge's window. The gold silk coat you stood in front of 18 months ago and told the tailor that Horn was right. Aldridge commissioned the buttons directly through Grout. Grout gave the commission to you. The horn is a pleasure to work. Warm under your hands, lighter than bone, with a quality of translucency that makes the finished buttons seem to have interior colour rather than surface colour. You hold one up to the window light and watch the amber deepen. These will go on a coat you've already seen. That feels like something. Autumn settles over London. The temperature drops, not to winter yet, but moving in that direction. The heat of summer gone and replaced by the grey, clean quality of October. The leaves in the churchyard at St. Mary le Bow turn and fall. The light through the workshop window shifts from the flat, even light of summer, to something more angled, more particular, the low autumn sun that catches the brass fittings on Grout's glass display case and throws a brief, moving light across the ceiling at 4 in the afternoon. You've been here 20 months. You know the sound of Grout's footsteps well enough to know from where they're coming which direction he's going. You know which customers require which register of attention, who wants technical detail and who wants reassurance, and who wants to be shown the most expensive thing without being asked directly to buy it. You know the specific smell that the silver thread produces when it's been handled by warm hands for too long, and the specific quality of light that tells you it's time to put down the fine work and do something less demanding on the eyes. You know that you're not halfway through your apprenticeship, but you're past the beginning. The thing that was overwhelming a year ago, the scale of what you don't know, has been partially replaced by the thing that's more complicated, an accurate sense of how much you do know, and a clearer understanding of what knowing it means and what it doesn't. Miles was right that you pause before the wire crossings. You haven't stopped, but you've shortened the pause. In October, Miles finds you at the workshop door on a Thursday evening. He's been gone 6 weeks, set up as a journeyman at a workshop on Aldgate, which does more bonework than grouts and less of the high commission trade, but it pays journeyman wages, and Miles is practical about these things. He looks the same, slightly less careful in his clothes than he was under Grout's roof, which you interpret as a kind of freedom. "The Bird and Bells," he says. "Have you been?" You've been past it. Never in. "Come," he says. You look back through the workshop door. The candles are out. The shop is dark. Grout and Mrs. Grout are upstairs. Samuel is in the back room you used to occupy, which is now his back room, and he's probably asleep because Samuel goes to sleep before 9 with the efficiency of someone whose body is still trying to grow. An hour, you say. The Bird and Bells is on a street you've been down before but noticed differently in daylight. At night, with candles in the windows and the sound of voices coming through the door before you even get to it, it presents itself differently. Not dangerous exactly, but with a quality of enclosure, of containing something you can only know from inside. Inside, low ceilings, dark wood, the smell of ale and tobacco and a fire that's been burning all day and has reached the comfortable settled stage of a fire that knows what it's doing. Every table full. People standing at the walls with cups. A man in the corner talking too loudly about something that's either a business dispute or a political opinion. From this distance it's hard to tell, and possibly the distinction isn't sharp. Miles knows a man at a table near the back. He's introduced as Hugh, an engraver, or someone who does something that involves fine tools and precise work. You gather from the calluses on his hands. Hugh works on trade prints, apparently. The illustrated sheets that advertise goods and workshops. The visual language of London commerce. The thing that Grout's glass case aspires to, and the cheaper workshops can't afford. "Grout's boy," Hugh says, looking at you with the appraising look of someone whose trade requires good eyesight and has trained him to use it. "His apprentice," you say. "Same thing." Hugh moves along the bench. "Sit down. Miles says you're doing the commission work." "Some of it." "What's the trade like at the moment?" "Above the plain thread market, I mean." You think about how to answer this honestly without revealing anything that Grout would consider proprietary. "Demand for decorated work is up," you say. "Court fashion is driving it. The new season at St. James's, the winter events. There's a run on commissioned sets that started in September." Hugh nods. "I can see that from the print orders. The illustrated fashion sheets I work on, the ones showing the current season, We've had 3 extra runs since August. The tailors are ordering promotional material, which means the tailors are busy. This is how information moves through London. You knew this already, in theory. The coffee houses, the trade talk, the gossip networks that run between workshops and shops and taverns. But knowing it as a system is different from sitting in a tavern on a Thursday evening and watching it happen in real time. Watching an engraver tell a button maker's apprentice that the fashion prints are in high demand, and the button maker's apprentice inferring from that information what the next 6 months of commissions are going to look like, and whether Grout needs to increase his silver wire order. He does. You make a mental note. What's Grout making these days that he wasn't making 5 years ago? Hugh asks. Silver thread over cloth pad moulds, you say. He always did those, but the demand has changed. More complex pattern work. The clients want something that looks unique at a close viewing distance. Why? Because anyone with money can have a button that looks good from 10 feet. The fashion is moving towards something that rewards closer attention. The court environment, the presentation rooms, the formal gatherings, people stand close to each other. The buttons need to do more. Hugh and Miles look at each other. He's been listening, Miles says. I have been listening, you say. The ale at the Bird and Bells is better than the cheap tap Miles used to take you to in your first months. Not dramatically better. Ale is ale at a certain level of the market. But there's a quality to it that the cheaper places don't have. Something to do with the brewing, you suspect. Or possibly just the keeping. You drink slowly because you have no great desire to be unsteady on the walk home, and you watch the room. London nightlife. You've been out often enough now that you've lost the first-year quality of surprised observation, but the room still rewards attention. The 2 men in the opposite corner who've been arguing in low voices since you arrived. Business dispute, definitely business, and whose argument has the quality of something that has been going on for weeks and is not going to be resolved tonight. The woman alone at the table by the fire reading a pamphlet, which is not something you see often in places like this. She reads with the focused efficiency of someone who's come for the warmth and the ale, and is not interested in being social about either. A boy, younger than Samuel, can't be more than 12, delivering food from the kitchen with the speed and sure-footedness of someone who's been doing this since he was old enough to carry things. You think, in another version of things, that could be you. Not a button maker's apprentice, not learning a trade with a craft at its centre, but a boy in a tavern kitchen earning what he can earn. The difference between being Thomas Finch, who came to London with a letter of introduction and a skill, and the boy carrying the food is not merit, not hardship, not work ethic. It's mostly luck, and mostly the uncle who had a workshop and the letter he wrote. You don't say this to Miles or Hugh. They know it, probably. Hugh is talking about a print series he's working on, a set of illustrated sheets showing the workshops of various London trades, the kind of documentary commercial art that's become fashionable in the past decade, part education and part advertisement. He wants to do a button maker's workshop. Grout's, you say, if he'll let me in. He won't. I know, but would you describe it for me? And so, for the better part of an hour, in the Bird and Bells, on a Thursday evening in October 1719, you describe Edward Grout's workshop on Cutter's Lane to a man who engraves trade prints, and Hugh draws quick sketches on the back of a piece of paper he pulls from his coat, and Miles watches and occasionally corrects your description of the tool arrangements, because Miles's memory for spatial detail is better than yours. At 9 o'clock, you leave. Miles goes his own way. He lodges in Aldgate now, in a room above a weaver's, 15 minutes in the opposite direction. Hugh stays for another drink. You're out in the night air alone with your coat and the walk back to Cutter's Lane. London at 9 in October is cold enough to want the coat, but not so cold it's uncomfortable to walk quickly, and you walk at the pace you've developed for night streets. Purposeful, direct, neither too fast nor too slow. Too fast looks like flight. Too slow looks like you're watching for something. The right pace is the pace of someone who knows exactly where they're going and has been going there for years. The streets are still busy. They'll be busy until past midnight in some parts, but the nature of the business in the streets has shifted. The traders and merchants are home. The streets belong now to a different population. Tavern-goers, night watchmen, chairmen waiting for evening customers, link boys with their torches at the intersections, the occasional constable on his round, and you've learned to keep a peripheral awareness for this. The people who use the cover of darkness for activities that don't bear examination. A link boy finds you at the corner of Cheapside and Wood Street. He's perhaps 12, with a torch of bundled pitch sticks that throws orange light in a radius around him and makes the shadows beyond it sharper by contrast. "Light you home, sir?" "Cutter's Lane," you say. "How much?" "Penny. Halfpenny." He considers. Done. He's good. Quick on his feet, knows the streets, keeps the torch angled to light your path without blinding you. You fall into step behind him and let the orange circle move through the night ahead of you. "Busy tonight?" you ask. "Busier before 9. Slows down after." He navigates a puddle without breaking stride. Had a gentleman from the exchange earlier. Paid 2 pennies without arguing. Good night when that happens. The exchange men have money. They have money, and they're scared of the dark. Good combination for me. He says this with the practical satisfaction of someone who's worked out his market. You walk in the torchlight circle. The streets look different at night than you've ever seen them look. Not just darker, but restructured. The familiar geography of daytime replaced by something more partial and selective. The torchlight revealing pieces of buildings, faces, street surfaces, while the spaces between the light are genuinely unknowable. You're not afraid of the dark London streets the way you were in your first months. The fear has been replaced by a more sophisticated wariness, a knowledge of where the risks concentrate and where they don't. This street at this hour is not particularly dangerous. The corner of that court down there where the passage narrows, different story. The alley by the gin shop on your left. You don't go down there at any hour. You keep to the main street. The link boy leaves you at the door of Grout's shop with the matter-of-fact efficiency of a professional at the end of a job. Torch raised, halfpenny collected, already turning back to find the next customer before you've finished pulling out your key. Inside, dark shop, the smell of the workshop familiar and specific as a voice. You feel your way through to the stairs, up to your room, yours properly now, yours for the next 3.5 years, yours until you're a journeyman and it becomes someone else's. You sit on the cot. The sounds of the street outside have faded to the background level that passes for quiet on Cutter's Lane. A distant bell, a cart somewhere. The settling of the building itself. The small sounds of old wood accommodating temperature change. You're tired in the way of a day that used different parts of you. Workshop concentration in the morning, the social performance of the evening, the walk through the streets, different kinds of attention, and now all of them spent. You pull off your shoes, think about Samuel in the room below, asleep. Think about Miles in Aldgate. Think about Hugh, still in the Burden Bells probably, still drawing his quick sketches on the backs of paper. think about Grout upstairs, who woke up this morning and made buttons and will wake up tomorrow and make buttons, and has been doing this for 31 years. And the fact that this is what he does is the most honest thing you can say about him. Winter comes with the usual London bluntness. A week of increasing cold, and then, one morning in December, a frost that settles in and doesn't leave for 3 weeks. The workshop is the coldest it's been since your arrival. The fire has to work harder for less result, and you develop the technique, Grout's technique actually, which you've observed and adopted, of working in short intensive periods, moving every 40 minutes to stand by the fire for 4 or 5 minutes, warming your hands, and then returning to the bench. Samuel finds this confusing for the first week. He keeps waiting for you to sit back down before he gets up, worried about some hierarchy of fire access he's invented, until you tell him directly that both of you can be at the fire at the same time and it won't end the world. He stands at the fire with the evident relief of someone who's been cold for an hour and was too polite to do anything about it. Next time, you say, don't wait. Yes, sir. You're 17 and he calls you sir. This is normal. This is the structure. You've stopped finding it strange. The December commissions are for holiday dress, the winter entertainments, the court events, the dinners that the wealthy host for each other when the weather makes outdoor life disagreeable. This is a busy period for Grout, for Aldridge the tailor, for every workshop in the gift and clothing trades. People who spend all year wearing their respectable but not remarkable coat suddenly need something that will perform at a party. The performance requirements are specific, and the timeline is always too short, and the clients are always more anxious than the situation strictly requires. You do 3 separate commissions in December. One is a straightforward set of plain horn buttons, dark and well finished, for a coat that Grout tells you belongs to a clergyman who is attending a bishop's dinner and needs to look appropriate without looking extravagant, because looking extravagant as a clergyman is a particular form of social failure. You make the buttons good enough that nobody at the bishop's dinner will think about them. That's the requirement. The second commission is more interesting. A set of silver and enamel buttons, 12 of them, larger than the Ashton set, about the size of a shilling, for a woman's evening coat. Women's buttons in this period are a separate world from men's, governed by different fashions and considerably more latitude in design, because women's fashion in general operates with a freedom that men's formal dress doesn't have. Women can have buttons that are obviously decorative. Men have to maintain the fiction that the decoration is incidental. The enamel work on these is Grout's. He still does his own enamel, has the small furnace in a fireproof room at the back that you've only been in twice, both times briefly. What he needs from you is the silver thread work surrounding the enamel centre, a wreath design in fine wire that frames each enamel piece in a way that references the motif within it, which is a flower, which means the silver wire needs to suggest petals without literally making petals, which is a constraint that requires thinking about. You work it out over 3 days of preliminary drawings, not drawings exactly since you can't draw, but diagrams, proportional plans, calculated angles, before you sit down with the wire. The result is good. You know it when you finish the first one and hold it up. The wire framing echoes the painted petal shapes without competing with them, creates depth without distraction. 12 of them, consistent. You hand them to Grout for the final assembly. He spends a morning setting the enamel centres in the silver frames, working at his private bench in silence with the concentration that this work requires. When you see the finished buttons assembled, They're different from either the enamel or the wire framing individually. They're something that happened between the two elements, a quality that emerged from their combination, that neither element had alone. You look at them for a long moment. Who makes the enamel, you ask? You've wondered for months. A woman in Clerkenwell, Grout says. She's been painting miniatures for 40 years. Buttons, lockets, snuff-box lids. Her eyesight is going, but her hands still know what they're doing. He wraps the buttons. You should visit her, he says, when you're further along. There's no point you going now. You don't know enough yet to make the visit worth her time. But in a year or two. This is the kind of thing Grout says when he's thinking about your future rather than your present. He does it more often than he did at the start. It registers each time. December ends. January 1720 arrives. And in the third week of January the Thames freezes. Not the whole river, not everywhere, not all at once, but enough of it, upstream of the bridge where the current is slower, to create ice that's thick enough to walk on. And when the Thames freezes, the city does a particular thing, the same thing it's done on every occasion the river has frozen since the bridge was built. It moves onto the ice, the frost fair. You hear about it first from the street, people talking as they pass the workshop window, the word frost and the word fair in the same sentence, the particular excited, cautious tone of people who are interested in doing something that is simultaneously legal and potentially unwise. You hear about it from Samuel, who heard about it from the delivery boy from the bread shop, who heard about it from someone whose cousin is apparently already setting up a stall on the ice near Blackfriars. You go on Saturday afternoon with Samuel beside you in a state of barely contained anticipation that reminds you very much of yourself at the monument. The approach to the river at Blackfriars shows you the fair before you reach it. The smoke from the fires on the ice rising in columns against the grey January sky. The noise, which is the noise of a market fair but coming from an unexpected direction, from below and ahead, from the river that is usually just sound and current and smell. The people moving toward the bank in streams, whole families, children. And then you're at the bank, and the ice is below you, and on the ice is a city within the city. Stalls, dozens of them, some with canvas roofs, some open. A man roasting an ox on a spit, an actual ox whole, over a fire built on the ice itself. The smell of roasting meat reaching you before the image makes full sense. A printer's press, set up on the ice, producing souvenir sheets. Printed right there, on the frozen Thames, the paper reading printed on the River Thames, 1720, and selling them for a penny each. Games, skittles, sledges, a game involving a ball and numbered squares drawn in the ice. Food vendors, hot pies, hot chocolate, which is fashionable and expensive and present here in the affordable version that is mostly hot water and the memory of chocolate. Gin at a price that makes the gin in the city proper seem expensive by comparison. Samuel is already pulling toward the skittles. Half an hour, you say. He goes. You watch. The ice holds. This is the thing your mind keeps returning to. The ice holds. You're walking on a river. The ground under your feet is the same water that carries ships and refuses boats, and has this bridge narrowing it into whitewater violence through the arches. And right now you can walk across it, kick snow off its surface, buy a roasted ox from it. The Thames froze over several times in the previous century. There are engravings of previous frost fairs, the ice even more comprehensive, the city even more thoroughly relocated to the river surface. In 1684, the ice was so thick that a coach and four crossed it. That's 4 horses and a carriage on a frozen river. You know this because Grout told you. He was born in 1665 and his parents remembered 1684, and the image of it sat in your mind since then. You buy a hot pie and eat it standing on the ice, the Thames frozen solid under your feet, with an ox roasting in the January wind and a printer's press making souvenirs 30 yards from the southern bank. London. You finish the pie. Find Samuel at the Skittles, which he's losing at with cheerful determination. You buy 2 printed souvenir sheets, printed on the River Thames, 1720, and underneath that an engraving of the Frost Fair, boats locked in the ice, the bridge in the background, the stalls and fires in the foreground. You fold them carefully and put them in your coat. You'll keep these for a long time, past the apprenticeship, past the journeyman years, into whatever comes after. Not because Frost Fairs are remarkable. They happen when the Thames decides to cooperate, but because this is the particular one you were on. In January 1720, 17 years old, 2 years into a 5-year apprenticeship, standing on the frozen river with a printed sheet in your pocket, and Samuel beside you, and a future that was still assembling itself. The past is like this, you think. Not the large events, not the battles or the coronations or the disasters that make the history books. The small things. A pie, a printed sheet, a river frozen solid in January, a boy from Bristol trying to knock down wooden pins on ice. This is the actual texture of being alive in 1720. The thing that gets lost. The years develop their rhythms. Spring. The commission work picks up as tailors prepare for the court season, the weddings, the country house visits. The workshop is busy and the days are long and the light through the north window is clean and even. The best working light of the year, better than summer's harsh noon, and better than autumn's low angle. You start the year's most demanding work in the spring, the commissions that require the most precision, because your eyes are fresh from winter's lower demand work, and the light cooperates. Summer, the difficult months, the heat, the oil on your hands, the silver tarnishing too fast. You've adopted the fingertip cut gloves full time by your second summer and taught Samuel to do the same, which he accepts without the comedy that Miles made of it. The deliveries are the worst. London in August smells like a very large animal that's been dead for a week, and the heat radiates from the stone buildings in waves that are visible from inside the workshop and feel personal. But the summer also brings the slow days when the workshop isn't under commission pressure, and those slow days are when Grout teaches. Not formally. Grout doesn't do formal lessons. But in the way he works on his own projects in summer, the experimental pieces that never get sold, the things he makes to see if something can be done, these become, by observation, instruction. You watch him try, one July afternoon, to work real enamel into a button without the assistance of the Clerkenwell woman, working the miniature furnace himself, painting with the fine brush, firing and cooling and examining the result. He does 6 attempts over the course of the afternoon. 5 of them fail for different reasons, each failure teaching you something specific about why enamel work is its own full lifetime's trade and not something you pick up in an afternoon. The 6th is good, not perfect, not what the Clerkenwell woman would produce, but good. He puts it in a drawer. Why don't you make your own enamel, you ask? Because she makes it better than I do, and there's no point in making something worse when you can buy something better. He closes the drawer. But you should know what goes into it. The lead, the flux, the firing temperature, the brush size for different levels of detail, how many firings a complex piece requires. He opens the drawer again, hands you the 6th piece. This one cost me 4 hours and 6 attempts. For the Clerkenwell woman, a piece this size takes 40 minutes and 1 firing. He takes it back. That's what a lifetime of specialised practice gives you. 40 minutes instead of 4 hours, 1 attempt instead of 6. Never try to compete with specialisation. Find yours. Yours is you're beginning to understand the thread work, the wire crossings, the pattern calculations, the tension management. You've been better at this than anyone else in the workshop since your 8th month. You've been better at it than Miles was at your stage. Miles, who was excellent, who could have set up his own workshop by now if he wanted to take the commercial risk. Grout has never said this directly. He says it by the way he allocates the commissions. You don't have all the skills yet. The enamel work, the gilding, the complex carving that Grout can do in bone and horn, that requires tools you haven't been shown yet, and a control of 3-dimensional form that comes from a different kind of practice than wire work. But the foundation, the thing that all the other skill will eventually rest on, is already there, settled in your hands, in the specific intelligence your fingers have developed for tension and material, and the way fine metal wants to behave if you give it the right conditions. The 3rd year of your apprenticeship brings 2 things. The first is a commission for Grout himself, not a customer, but a commission from the needlemakers' company, the Guild, requesting that Grout contribute to a presentation set that will be displayed at the company's annual dinner. 1 button from each of the member workshops, assembled into a formal display showing the range and quality of London button making. The Guild makes this request every 5 years or so. The previous one was before your time. Grout will contribute 1 piece. The choice of piece is his. He makes the piece himself in his private area over 3 weeks. You don't see it until it's complete. When he shows it to you, and he does show it to you, which he didn't have to, which is the first time he's shown you a private work without being asked, you understand something about what 31 years of doing one thing well can become. The button is perhaps the size of a large coin. The base is bone, turned on a small lathe to a shape that's not quite flat and not quite domed. Something between, a curve so slight it's almost invisible, but that catches light completely differently than a flat surface. The covering is silk thread in a pattern you've never seen him use before, something that suggests a compass rose without literally being one, the wire crossing in radiating lines from a centre that holds an enamel disc no bigger than a pea. The enamel shows a bee, not a stylized bee, an actual bee, anatomically precise, legs tucked, wings folded, the kind of image that a person who'd actually looked at bees would paint, and a person who'd only seen bees in prints would not. The Clerkenwell woman, you ask. Her granddaughter, Grout says. She learned from her grandmother. You hold the button. It's heavy for its size in the way things are heavy when they have more in them than their scale suggests. Is it the best thing you've made, you ask? He looks at you, then at the button. I've made better individual elements, better thread work on larger pieces, better enamel settings in larger frames, but as a whole piece. He considers. It might be. Why now? He takes the button back, sets it carefully in its case. Because I know enough now to put the elements together in the right order. The first 20 years you're learning the parts. The next 10, you're learning how the parts work together. After that, he closes the case. After that, you know what you're doing. The second thing the 3rd year brings is Miles's name in a newspaper. Hugh the engraver shows you the item folded to the right page when you see him at the Bird and Bells in November. a short notice in a trade paper about a button maker on Aldgate, who has received a commission to supply buttons for the livery uniforms of a new company, a trading company recently chartered, with aspirations to the East India trade. The name is Miles Aldgate now, not Miles the apprentice from Grouts. He has his own workshop. He's taken a journeyman. Fast work, Hugh says. What, 18 months since he finished? 17, you say. You look at the notice. Miles, who snored and stole the blanket and paused before his wire crossings and made extraordinary bonework and told you that you paused before yours, is now Miles Aldgate, button maker, with a journeyman and a livery contract. You'll be a journeyman in 2 years, and after that, whatever comes after that. Here is what you know about buttons now, in ways you didn't know when you arrived. You know them historically, which is the knowledge that Grout gives you in pieces over years, as your trade understanding deepens to the point where the historical context has somewhere to land. The button story is in some ways the story of wealth inequality made physical. Wear a button and you're wearing a class statement. From the moment the buttonhole arrived in 13th century Germany and made buttons functional rather than decorative, the wealthy understood immediately that here was a new medium for announcing themselves. The more buttons, the better. The more expensive the buttons, the better. The more elaborate, the more jewelled, the more uniquely crafted, the better. And the further removed the finished button was from the hands that made it, the better. The Elizabethan period, the late 1500s in England, was perhaps the peak of pure button excess. Portraits of Elizabeth I herself show gowns with hundreds of buttons, many of them jewelled, many of them pearls. England was importing pearls from the Americas by this point, and the buttons are larger and more prominent than the gowns themselves in any serious fashion analysis. The gown is the context. The buttons are the statement. Shakespeare knew this. You've read Shakespeare, a copy of the collected plays that Grout keeps on the shelf in the back room, next to the accounts book and a treatise on metallurgy, an unlikely trio. And Shakespeare mentions buttons often enough that you can tell the man was paying attention to what people wore and what it meant. He gives Lear a moment on the heath where the mad king pulls at his buttons and asks someone to undo them, which is either a mad king trying to breathe or a mad king giving up the symbols of his power, or both, which is probably why it's in there. The button as status marker, as power symbol, as the small object that carries outsized meaning. But here is the other thing you know about buttons now, the thing that the historical context doesn't quite capture, and that the workshop has taught you instead. They're also simply useful. This sounds obvious. You'd think it would be obvious, but the long shadow of buttoner's luxury, the trail of diamonds at court costs and French guild wars and parliamentary acts and 500-year-old sumptuary laws, all of it can obscure the fact that the reason buttons have lasted 5,000 years is that they work. A button sewn to a garment and passed through a buttonhole holds the garment closed, can be undone when you need to get out of the garment, can be redone when you need to be in it. That function is true whether the button costs a farthing or a fortune. The woman in Bermondsey sewing cheap bone over cloth moulds and the woman in Paris setting diamonds into silver bezels are both performing the same underlying service to the same underlying human need. The needlemaker's company understands this, in its way. The guild exists not only to protect the quality of the luxury trade, but to maintain standards across the whole spectrum, from Mrs. Hollis's piecework to Grout's commissioned silver, standards of material, of construction, of safety. Because a button with a sharp exposed wire can cause injury. which is why the finishing of the back is regulated, and a button that falls apart at the second wearing is fraud, which is why the material standards exist. You've read the Guild's founding charter, which Grout gave you in your second year with the instruction to read it once carefully, and then again to find the parts that mattered. What matters, he said, is the standard setting function. Everything else is politics. He's right. The Charter's standard setting sections describe, in language that's 4 centuries old and still precise, exactly what a button must be to be sold under the Guild's mark. The mark that's on Grout's sign, the mark that's on the certificate on the wall, the mark that, when Whitfield the inspector satisfied himself that your work was commission standard, he recorded in the Guild's ledger against your name and Grout's name and the date. Commission standard. You're 20 days from your 18th birthday. You're 2.5 years into the trade. You're not quite where Grout was at the equivalent point in his apprenticeship. He's told you this directly, because Grout at 17 was still struggling with the mathematical side of the work, the calculations that come naturally to you, but not far behind. Not far behind Grout at 17. That's a sentence that takes a moment to sit with. His first shop, the one in Spitalfields, opened when he was 26. That's 8 years from where you are now. 8 years of journeyman work and saving and commission building and reputation building and learning the parts of the business that aren't on the workbench. The bookkeeping, the client relationships, the supplier negotiations, the guild politics that are sometimes tedious and occasionally crucial. 8 years. The way you're thinking about the future at 17, 8 years is both impossibly far and almost imaginably close. You know you'll make more buttons, thousands more, hundreds of thousands across a working life, each one adding something very small to the total knowledge in your hands, each one either confirming what you know or teaching you something you didn't. You know you'll have apprentices of your own someday, boys, or possibly girls, though girls are rare in this trade and never fully comfortable in its guild structure, which is one of the things you've started to notice that Grout has never mentioned, who will sit at their own benches and struggle with the things you struggled with and learn what you had to learn, and you'll teach them in the way you've been taught. By showing, by correcting, by giving the model to work against, by creating the conditions in which the right work can happen. You know the work will change. The Birmingham button trade, your uncle's trade, is already starting to develop things that Grout is watching with the careful attention of someone who knows as disruption is coming and is deciding how to position himself relative to it. The metal stamping process, a way of forming metal into button shapes mechanically, with a die and a press that produces finished blanks at a fraction of the labour cost of working metal by hand. Your uncle knows about this. Several workshops in Birmingham have already adopted it. The finished blanks are consistent and cheap and not very beautiful, but for the lower market trade, consistent and cheap is exactly what you need. The high commission trade will be safer, probably for longer. The kind of work Grout does, the Ashton Commission, the enamel buttons, the silver thread pattern work, is too specific and too relationship dependent to be mechanized. The client who comes to Grout comes because they want something that can't be stamped out of a die at 12 per minute. They come because they want the 40 minutes in the Clerkenwell Woman's Studio and the 4-hour calculation on the mould geometry and the late evening redoing the 15 buttons that were calibrated against the wrong model. They want the care, even if they don't know that's what they want, even if they've never thought about the hands that produce the thing they're wearing. The care is in the object. That's what Grout said. People can feel it, even if they can't name it. And the girl in Mrs. Hollis's front room 3 buttons per minute, 60 per hour, no feel for it, no care possible at that speed. The speed is the point. The speed is what the rate requires. Both things are true. Both parts of the trade are real. The same button concept, from the same underlying human need, expressed at different levels of attention and generating wildly different lives for the people who make them. You don't know how to hold both of those things in your head at once and produce a single coherent feeling about them. You've decided that maybe you don't need to. Maybe the honest thing to do is just to hold both without resolving them and do the work as well as you can do it. Make the button right, because not making it right is impossible. That's what you have. On quiet evenings, not the ones after difficult commissions or long days, but the particular kind of quiet evening that comes when the work has been good and not extraordinary, just consistently good. The kind of day you can close without anything left unresolved. You sometimes sit by the small window in the back room and watch the street below go from its daytime noise to its evening noise to its night noise. The transition happens gradually, the way the best transitions do. The traders close their shutters, one by one, the sound of wood on wood echoing in sequence down the lane as dusk settles. The children who've been in the street all afternoon get called inside. The link boys appear at their corners, torches lit, ready for the evening trade. The tavern at the end of the lane starts to show its light and to emanate through its walls the beginning sounds of what will become, by 9 o'clock, a general cheerful noise. London settling down for the night. Mrs. Grout has given you supper, a pork and barley soup tonight, which is better than last night's fish, and considerably better than the week of Wednesday soups that are always a mystery until you're eating them, and sometimes remain a mystery after. There's bread, there's small beer, which is what you drink with meals, weak and safe in a city where the water isn't. You've learned to eat everything here, which you weren't entirely before. Your uncle's cooking in Birmingham was utilitarian but familiar, and London cooking, Mrs. Grout's version of it, which is Birmingham cooking filtered through 20 years of London ingredients, is familiar now but took adjustment. Samuel ate across from you tonight and talked about the latest practice pieces. He's further along than you were at his stage. Not at the wire work yet, but at the bone and horn basics, the foundations. He's doing things with his hands now that took you 2 months longer to do. You told him this because he needed to hear it. He has a habit of looking at his work and seeing only the gap between it and Grout's standard, without accounting for the fact that Grout has been at this for 31 years. And his expression when you said it was the same expression you remember making at the monument, looking out at the city. Something between disbelief and gratitude and the beginning of a self-assessment that might eventually be accurate. He'll be good. Perhaps very good. You're aware in the quiet of this evening that you're in a particular kind of moment that you won't be able to name until you're looking back at it. The kind of moment that happens when you're in the middle of something large, a life, a training, a 5-year commitment to a single craft in a single workshop, and you've been inside it long enough that you're no longer surprised by it, and you haven't been outside it long enough to be able to see what it was. You're becoming something. The thing you're becoming is not yet done. The final shape of it is not yet visible, not from the inside, but you're here. You're in it. You're warm and fed and have a roof and a trade and a master who just last week used the phrase, "when you have your own shop," in a sentence about the business of the trade casually, as if it were simply a matter of time. which is the closest thing to a statement of belief in your future that Edward Grout has ever produced. That might actually be you. You look out the window. The lamplighter has been and gone on Cutter's Lane, though the lamp does what London lamps do, lights the darkness without really defeating it, creating a small radius of amber around the post and leaving everything outside that radius less known than before. Somewhere across the city, Lord Ashton's dark blue coat in a wardrobe. The Ashton presentation at St James's was, according to Hartley's subsequent note to Grout, considered successful, which means the coat was noticed and the buttons were appropriate, and the evening went as evenings of that kind should go. What happened at the presentation, whether Lord Ashton secured the audience he wanted, whether the cost of the commission represented a good investment in social capital, you don't know and won't know. That's his business. The buttons did their job. Position 12 on the left, the geometric adjustment on the fifth rap, the gap that isn't there. You find yourself thinking about Louis XIV's 17,000 buttons. Not with awe, you're past awe about numbers like that. Too much time in the trade for extravagance to feel like anything other than commission work at scale. But with a kind of professional curiosity. 17,000 buttons. How many makers? How many workshops? How many wrist hours, hand hours, eye hours? How many spools of thread? How many bone moulds? How many careful crossings? How many slight deviations corrected by someone who cared enough to correct them? All of that labour accumulated into a man's wardrobe. All of those invisible calculations and adjusted grips and workshop mornings with cold fingers concentrated into the decoration of a king who would never spend a single moment thinking about any of it. He wore them. That's what he did with them. He wore them to be seen, and people saw them, and the buttons communicated whatever buttons communicate at that level. I am powerful. I am rich. I am precisely as important as you think I am. And the workshops in Paris and Lyon and wherever else supplied this endless appetite kept producing, and the workers in those workshops kept working, and the children in those cities kept learning the trade the way children in every city learn the trade of their parents. And here you are, 3 centuries downstream from whoever invented the buttonhole, the unnamed person in Germany, the anonymous hand with the cloth and the loop, doing what all those hands have done since then, making the thing right, because not making it right is impossible. The street below has gone quieter, late enough that the heaviest traffic is done. You can hear from somewhere north a church bell marking 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock on a Wednesday in, what is it now? February 1721. You've been in London just short of 4 years. 1 year to go. The thought is strange. The apprenticeship has been such a total condition, so completely the shape of your daily life, that 1 year left feels both very close and very abstract. What happens after it is real in your mind. You know roughly what comes next, the journeyman years, the building of a client list and a reputation, but it has the quality of something you're working toward rather than something you're arriving at. But 1 year, you get up from the window, the room is cold, the fire downstairs has been banked, and the cold that comes up through the floor is the reliable, uncomplaining cold of February, in a building that's mostly stone below and wood above. You put on an extra layer. Think about tomorrow's work. A commission that arrived yesterday. Horn buttons, 12 of them, for a coat that Aldridge the tailor has been commissioned to make for a young man attending his first court presentation in the spring. The horn is already in the supply room, dark amber, the same batch you sourced 2 months ago for another commission, consistent material. The mould sizes are calculated. Tomorrow you'll begin. And then, in this quiet evening with its cold and its amber lamplight and its distant church bells, you let yourself think about the longer future, something you don't usually do, because Grout's philosophy of the trade has seeped into your philosophy of life, and Grout's philosophy is that the work in front of you is the only work that matters, and you let yourself see, briefly, something that might be a shop. Not specific, no sign yet, no name, no address, but something like a counter and something like a glass display case and something like samples on pegs and a bench in the back where the fine work happens, and somewhere in the building a back room with a cot and a fire and the smell of metal and wax that is by now the smell of home. Somewhere in that future building there's a boy asleep in the back room, or a girl. Why not eventually if the guild ever... No, let's not go too far ahead. But someone, an apprentice, learning what you learned, making the mistakes you made, being corrected. The thought is both remote and very close. You lie down. The cot in the back room has been yours long enough that your body has worn itself into it in the way bodies do. A slight impression in the straw that's the shape of you, specific to you. You find it without looking. Your shoulder blades know the angle. Outside, the city's night sounds, distant and layered as they always are. Never fully quiet. Never that. The candle is burning down. You didn't mean to leave it lit this long. But the evening went its way and here you are, the wick shortening toward the pool of tallow, the light in the room becoming less certain as the flame makes its way toward the end of what it has to burn. You watch it for a moment. The flame is steady, no draught tonight the shutter's holding, and in its steadiness there's a quality of the workshop in it, something about precision and patience, about the small, consistent work that produces a result over time. Then it goes out. The darkness is immediate and complete in the way that darkness is when you've been looking at a flame. Your eyes haven't adjusted. The room is just black for a moment, and in that moment you're only your body, the weight of yourself on the cot, the cold of the room, the specific pressure of the rough wool blanket against your chin. Then the darkness softens, the line of moonlight under the door, the slight silver quality of the window, which faces east toward where the city is brightest at night, and gives back a kind of reflected London light. Something between nothing and something. You're warm enough, cold enough at the edges. Your feet, the tip of your nose, but warm at the centre where it matters for sleeping. Your hands are in the usual position now, right hand under your cheek, left at your side. The calluses on your right index finger and thumb are a particular kind of company in the dark. Small, specific, entirely earned. Those calluses are 4 years of work. They are the record of 4 years of work, kept in your skin, more reliable than any ledger. You let your eyes close. The sounds of the city come to you in layers, the way they always do when you're letting yourself fall towards sleep, and your attention becomes less selective, less organized, more like an open window than a focused eye. First, the nearby sounds, the settle of the building itself, old wood contracting in the cold, a small creak that's been happening at the same temperature for probably decades, and that you've long since stopped registering as anything to respond to. The sound of Samuel's breathing through the wall, steady, young, deep, already in the place you're trying to get to. The faint sound of the tavern at the end of Cutter's Lane, which will go quiet sometime in the next hour. Then the middle sounds, the watchman's bell, marking the quarter hour somewhere to the north, one clear stroke that fades before it finishes. the iron-rimmed wheel of something on stone, distant, the sound of someone still moving through the night on business you'll never know. A cat's brief complaint from somewhere in the street, cut off as quickly as it started. Then the far sounds, the river. Not a sound you hear so much as one you know is there, underneath everything else, the permanent bass note of the city's movement. Water running to the sea, ships at anchor turning slowly with the current, the watermills grinding at the bridge, the whole enormous, continuous, ancient business of the river, which was here before the city, and will be here after it, and which holds in its memory the shapes of 5 centuries of bridges and the touch of every boat that's ever crossed it, and the specific violence of the water through the arches and the gentle weight of the ice in 1720, and the foot of every person who ever stood at the bank and looked across and saw the other side. You're sinking now. The way sleep takes you when you're genuinely tired and genuinely at peace is slower than when you're exhausted or anxious. It's a gradual thing, a descent by degrees, each one a little further from the thinking part of your mind and a little closer to the part that just rests. Let it come. The shop exists around you, above, below, on all sides, the samples on their pegs, the glass case with what's valuable and specific inside it, the workbenches, 2 of them, with their particular arrangements that are now as known to you as your own hands, the small brazier, the north window, the morning light that comes through it at 8:30 in February and 6:30 in June, the same honest light, the same clear northern angle that shows you everything your work actually is. You did good work today. Not exceptional. The commission in the tray is solid work, consistent right. The mold geometry is correct. The tension is even. The final button in the set, the one you finished at 4 o'clock when the light was beginning to fail and you were starting to make the tired grip error and you felt it coming and slowed down, that button is as good as any button you've made. That's enough. That's plenty. The voice that used to say it's not enough. The voice that was Birmingham, your uncle's voice, the voice of the counting and the quotas and the 200 buttons a day, is quieter now. Not gone, but quieter. It's been replaced, slowly and without drama, by something more like Grout's version. The work is right, or it isn't. If it isn't, you fix it. If it is, you make the next one. The future is out there, assembled from parts you can't yet see. The journeyman years, the work you'll do in other people's workshops, learning what those workshops know, the money saved over months and years. The first lease on a first premises, probably not where you want it, probably not the size you want, but yours. The first commission delivered under your own name and your own mark. The boy from Birmingham with his uncle's letter and his 3 shirts, becoming something. You're warm enough, fed enough, safe enough. You have the work and the skill and the hands and the knowledge and the 4 years of mornings before dawn in a workshop that smelled of metal and wax and all the previous people who worked there. All the buttons they made, all the silver thread they wound over all the carefully calculated moulds. That's more than most people get, that's enough. The city sounds come and go. The watchman strikes the half hour. The tavern bell rings last call. You can't hear it from here, but you know the time by the slight shift in the noise from that direction. The particular quality of a room going from full to beginning to empty. Let the thoughts slow. Let the sound of the city thin. You've been doing this for almost 4 years. Learning to work fine metal, learning to listen to the wire, learning to calculate mold geometry and shank ratios and tension guides, learning to handle silver without tarnishing it, and bone without splitting it, and horn without cracking it, and enamel without understanding it quite yet, but watching it enough to have the beginning of an understanding. You've been doing this for almost 4 years, and somewhere in the mathematics of the next year and the 5 years after that and the career years after that, you're going to make something that's the button grout made for the guild presentation. The button with the B. Not that button. Yours will be different. Will be the expression of different hands and different years and different knowledge. But that level of thing, that quality of an object that contains more in it than its scale allows, maybe, if you're lucky, if you stay, if the work stays in you and the hands stay good and the eyes hold, but right now, tonight, in this room, the silk buttons exist that you made for the Ashton Commission. Position 12 on the left front, with its geometric adjustment, its closed gap, its perfectly parallel fifth wrap. That button has been to St. James's Palace. That button has been in a room with the King of England, or at least in a room with someone who was in a room with someone who was near the King of England, which in 1720 is probably as close as a button made in a 12-foot workshop on Cutter's Lane is going to get. It's enough. It's more than enough. Let the city have its night. Let the sounds go on without you for a while. The watchman, the river, the small creak of the old building cooling, Samuel's steady breath through the wall. You're somewhere between waking and not now, in the loose, borderless territory where things stop being thoughts and start being something else, something that doesn't quite have a name but that your body has been asking for since you sat down at the bench this morning. Rest. Just this. Just the warm, heavy feel of a body that's done its work and the sound of a city doing whatever cities do at this hour, which is mostly being alive, mostly continuing, mostly carrying its 400 years of habit through another February night, without requiring anything in particular from one person in one back room on one lane off Cheapside. Centuries will pass. The London you're in, this one, the one with the frost fairs and the sedan chairs and the link boys with their pitch-stick torches, and the silver thread and Grout's quiet workshop, and St. Paul's new dome still gleaming, will change beyond recognition. The shops on Cheapside will be different shops. The noise of the city will be different noise, louder and stranger. The Thames will smell different. The bridge will come down eventually. It's been standing for 500 years, but nothing stands forever. And a new one will go up, and then another. But people will still make things with their hands, still sit at their benches in the early morning before the city gets properly loud, and work at something that requires more from them than they had when they started. Still make the small calculation that nobody will see the result of. Still adjust the fifth wrap. Still feel the tension in the thread and know whether it's right. Still make the thing right, because not making it right is impossible. Some things don't change. The human hand doesn't change. The particular intelligence of fingers trained to a specific task, the accumulated knowledge of a trade that lives in the doing rather than the telling, that doesn't change. It passes from hand to hand the way the Huguenot weavers carried their patterns across the Channel and set up their looms in Spitalfields and made silk that spoke for them when their English wouldn't. The care goes into the object. People feel it, even when they don't know what they're feeling. So let the thoughts go now. Let the arithmetic of the trade, the bobbin counts and mould ratios and shank lengths and guild charter provisions, drift out to wherever that kind of thinking goes when you're not doing it. Let the sound of the city be just sound. Let the cold at your feet be just cold. Let the darkness in the room be just darkness, complete and ordinary, and the same darkness that's been in this room on every winter night since the building was built, the same darkness that will be here long after you and your particular calluses and your particular geometric adjustments and your particular moment at position 12 on the left front are gone, and let sleep have what it came for. You've been here long enough. You've made enough for one day. Come back to this tomorrow, to the Horn Commission, to the Amber Buttons, to the tailor on Aldgate Street who's waiting for them, to Samuel's next practice piece, to whatever morning brings through the north window. Come back to all of it, just not yet. The church bell somewhere to the north rings 10 o'clock. 10 strokes. You count 3 of them. Then you stop counting. Then nothing. Just rest. Just the long, slow quiet that comes after a long, careful day. Good night.